Yep, I've been plugging it around, so hopefully a few of my community will join in. Oh, good.
We're live here on Plus One EXP, playing Fragged Empire. We're a weird little brand that multi-classes in tabletop game design, beard, and skincare alchemy in the Bardic College of Content Creation. Our hope and desire is to help amazing designers find great players who love their games and help amazing players find great designers whose games they can love. We do that in a lot of different ways, but the most fun of those is sitting down with the designers of those games and getting a chance to play them. Like I said, today we are playing Fragged Empire, which is getting ready to launch a new edition. But rather than have me tell you about it, I'm going to let the designer themselves tell you a little bit about it. Wade, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, and tell us a little bit about Fragged Empire.
Cool. Okay, so I'm Wade Dyer. I'm an Aussie game designer. And I am currently working on the second edition of my flagship game, Fragged Empire. So I released this about 7 or 8 years ago, back on Kickstarter as a little hobby project that went a little bit more successful than I anticipated. So it's been mostly my full-time job since then. And this the second edition hopefully is to be kickstarted in March. If people want to find out more about that, I'm on all the social medias, but my website, fraggedempire.com, will give you links to that or info. Yeah.
Awesome. And links to that are in the description if you're watching over on Facebook, YouTube, or watching this later. It's also right below Wade's face, also too on the screen if you want that, and I'll drop it in the chat in just one moment so you can go check it out during a break if you want to, or right now, whatever. It's great. I am super excited to sit down and play. It's a medium weight sci-fi game. And you were telling me us beforehand, this may be one of the last times this adventure gets run after 8 years of it getting run. Is that right?
Yeah. So this adventure is something that I've basically been running as my go-to convention adventure, my little one-shot that I do. And I think it's time with second edition. I probably need to move on to a new one-shot, which I'm currently working on. So this, I think, is time I need to put this adventure to end.
Awesome.
Put it to bed. But I think this is a great send-off for it, doing a live stream. My first live stream of the game.
Well, we're glad to have you here. We're glad to get to experience it. Hopefully, maybe we can have you back in the future to run the second one for us at some point in time, also too. Let's meet our other players for today's stream. Let's start with returning champion, one of my heroes, hopefully one of yours. That's Dean. Dean, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Well, my name is Dean Eaton. On social media, you can find me at Geekisdean. I recently just took a job as a video editor, so here's hoping that in the near future I can post some of my work, which will be fun. Other than that, I just refer to myself on the internet as an internet putz. So if you want us to be putzing on the internet, follow me on social media.
Awesome. And getting to join us for the first time, I'm super excited. We connected over on Twitter. I've got to play with this person before, but not on our streams, and that's Meg. Meg, tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online.
Hi there, my name is Megan, or RPG_Megs on Twitter and Itch, and I am an RPG game master, player, and general enthusiast. I also work in the games industry, so g'day.
Awesome. I'm super excited to have you. Also, I don't know if you were on yet, but what it was like, sometimes when I'm talking to people who aren't Australian, I get more and more Australian as I talk, and I was like, well, don't worry. If that happens, we're just going to pass the spotlight to Meg for a little while. Y'all can Australian out. Wade can calm down, and then we'll hop back in at that point in time. So regardless of where you are in the world, we're super excited to have you here. As always, for anybody who's not familiar with our streams, they're learning streams. Fragged Empire is a medium weight space RPG, so we may be asking questions as we go through. We just want to remind everybody that it's great to actually learn how to play the game, to use the system as we're intended. It's one of the reasons we play with designers. We also use a couple tools here on the channel to help make sure everybody stays on track and is comfortable during the game. Those are lines, veils, and the X card. Lines are things that may happen in the world of our game but don't happen in the course of our play of it. They're things that are off limits. So we have a strong line against sexual violence on the channel. There's also veils, which are things that may happen in the course of play, but we kind of move past them quickly. We don't fixate on them. That might be how we describe something in a certain way. We address something, but it's something that we might just kind of move past as it comes up, only mentioning it. And then the last thing is the X card. It's the ability at any point in time for someone to type or a message or say X, will identify what the issue is. Maybe it's confusion. Maybe it's that somebody doesn't like a part of the content that's come up. We'll remove that piece of content and we're going to move forward in a different direction. No explanation of why you don't like it is required, though. With that said, we've discussed some of those things in advance, but I do want to go ahead and say, are there any lines or veils that anybody wants to add to our lineup for the evening? Cool. Like I said, we discussed a couple specific things in advance. There is a lot of violence in this, but we're not going to have any hyperfixation on certain types of injuries that we've discussed. And the other thing is we have an open door policy. Everyone who's playing here is human. If they need to get up, move away from the screen for a second, if they need to eat, drink, any of that kind of stuff, that's totally normal. If you need to eat or drink while you're watching this, you should do that also. Go ahead and take care of yourself. With that said, I'm going to hand things over to Wade to take us into Fragged Empire.
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a bit of a rundown of the setting. And then I will introduce the adventure, like the sort of the driving, the thing that starts it all. Then I will pass it to you guys to introduce your characters and who they are. I don't know. We've got the ability to bring up pictures on the stream, but if I was more prepared, I'd have those sorted out. But that's all right.
Anything you want to show the everybody, you can drop in our Discord chat, and then I can bring it up on the screen really easily also too.
Okay, cool. Okay, so Fragged Empire. So Fragged Empire is a post-apocalyptic setting. The idea is that humanity reached what was known as an electronic-based technology singularity. That's where technology advanced so much that it borderlined on magic. But humanity stagnated and atrophied, and eventually they died out. But not before a faction within humanity genetically engineered a species to replace them and to inherit the sort of keys to their kingdom, so to speak. And these were the Archons. So imagine the Archons as kind of very Dr. Manhattan, big, giant, muscly, intelligent, colored skin people, you know. But they didn't want to walk in the footprints of their creators, who focused on exploration and electronics. Instead, they became obsessed with the nature of their own creation and became fixated on genetic engineering and started to create different species. And they were trying to create the perfect species. But the Archons were terrible parents. They were playing favorites, heaping their love and affection upon some and neglecting and rejecting others. Eventually, after thousands of years of doing this, the Archons created what they thought was the perfect species called the Exion. They created 12 of them, and they were in a lab. But before they could give them their own planet to rule, the Archons started arguing amongst themselves. What is the nature of perfection? And they withdrew the title of perfection from the Exion. This did not go down well. A fight broke out, and the Archons killed all of the Exion except for one, who stole a spaceship and flew far out into uncharted space. 200 years later, the Exion returned, bringing with it a giant army of genetically engineered monsters called the Nephilim. They ravaged the galaxy and killed all of the Archons. When the final Archon was killed, the Exion just left, abandoning its Nephilim. The game is set 100 years after this war, where the different species are just now returning back into space, the sort of survivors, reconnecting with each other as a dawn of a new age. So think about it like a lot of them went through that 100 years of Mad Max craziness. This is what happens after that. Civilization's just now reforming. Okay, so walking you guys through the different species. So I'm just going to concentrate on the ones that you guys have selected for this game. So the first one is the Kaltorans. So they look kind of humanish with they have four pointed ears and dreadlocked hair. The Kaltorans survived the Great War by going to their home, like going to a water planet and digging tunnels underneath the ocean and living in these caves for 100 years. But they didn't bring enough supplies with them, and things went bad, and they turned to cannibalism and all sorts of other nastiness to survive. And the Kaltorans were a favored species of the Archons, primarily because the Archons gifted them with genetic memories. So they could actually remember sort of skills and knowledge from their ancestors, which is a fantastic trait, except for you start to remember all the horrible things your ancestors did to survive and remembering the Great War. So the Kaltorans are very keen to get out there, create new positive memories to try and replace the badness. They're all about family. They're a bit sort of rough around the edges. There's an awful lot of trench coats and goggles and vests and, rugged rogues amongst the Kaltoran people. Okay, the other one is the Nephilim. So one of you guys is playing as the Nephilim. The Nephilim destroyed all of the different Archon-created species, and after they killed the Kaltorans and their leader, the Exion, left, the Nephilim started to devolve, and their minds started to become feral, which make them sort of bestial and monster-like. And their ruler of the army that killed the Kaltorans in this area was called the Devway Itch, and it slumbered until eventually it was awoken by the corporation, which we'll get to. And when the Devway Itch awoke, it started to awake all of its sort of hibernating, slumbering army, but it realized that despite having the power to kill all of the other species again, what good would that do? Can they be more than monsters? And so they started to actually have a tentative peace with the other species. And so they're trying to be more than the monsters that they were created to be. At least the Devway Itch, a specific brood. The last one is the Corporation. So the Corporation look kind of, again, humanoid-ish. They've got a bit of a texturing, the very Star Trek alien sort of texturing on their skin, like their backs and stuff like that. But the Corporation were originally created as the Vagati by the Archons. But the Archons rejected the Vagati as a failure. So they put them on an island, on an obscure planet ruled by another species. They weren't allowed to travel. There was strict birth control. And they basically just existed like this for thousands of years. And the Vagati viewed the Great War as a liberating event. When the Nephilim came through, they dropped all these genetically engineered viruses and bombs on the planet that were engineered to target the primary species, but the Vagati were overlooked. And then the Vagati kind of got liberated from their island, but then they sort of went all Mad Maxy for a while in the deserts and stuff like that, until eventually a particular Vagati called Vix, the Smiling Slayer, who was a warlord, discovered an ancient human ruin and discovered a philosophy where an individual can succeed or fail based on their own merits and not their birthright, called capitalism. And so therefore, this warlord united all of the warring tribes behind this one guiding philosophy. And they created spaceships and exited their desert world and discovered and they basically colonized a new gas giant in the system of Haven called Alabaster. And they discarded their racial identity and now just go by the Corporation. Cool. So those are the three species that you guys have got. Do you guys want to introduce your characters?
Absolutely. Megs, why don't you go first?
Amazing. Thanks so much. So today I'll be playing Gralishnak, the Nephilim medic. They're a little bit peculiar, but I'm sure they'll fit in fine.
Awesome. Dean?
I am playing Jacob Vibe. Who's kind of a gunslinger kind of person. I'm going to probably say that name wrong that you just said, but the Kaltoran.
Yep.
It looked like a fun build, so that's what I'm going to go with. I like those kind of characters.
Awesome. I am playing Tatiana Goldsmith, and I am the corporate hacker. So I've got some cybernetics built in, and yes, a cyberpunk coat on, as Ty in the chat has already clearly identified, and so very simultaneously thrilled and horrified to know that capitalism is still alive and well post the entire world falling apart and being put back together numerous times.
The distant future, capitalism returns.
Cool. Okay, so I'm going to walk you guys through the core resolution mechanic within Fragged and your character sheet. So I'd ask you guys to bring up the character sheets that you have.
All right.
And I'm just going to walk you through the top section of it. The bottom of it is for the bottom half is a lot to do with combat stuff. We're not going to worry about that at the moment. Let's just pay attention to the top. So the core resolution mechanic in Fragged Empire is 3d6. So I might ask you to make a skill roll. So I will say make a leadership roll. So you look at your bonus, which for Jacob Vibe is +2 to leadership. You roll 3 dice, add your bonus, and you're trying to get a target number, typically 12 or 14. Anytime that you roll a 6, that's called a strong hit. And you can do something special with that. So the main one that all of you have access to is called effort. And if you look down your character sheet, there's sort of a list of strong hits there. And effort allows you to re-roll another die. The other one that's probably having a look for out of combat is Tatiana Goldsmith. You have another strong hit option called Quick Tech, which it lets you complete a technical task very quickly. I'm just having a look. I think that's all of the non-combat ones that your characters have access to.
Okay.
Cool. You've got a list there of equipment that you've got. So generally, you guys all have comm systems. So that's just like shortwave radio. You can sort of transfer video and stuff like that. Torches and things. And I'll walk through I'm just thinking if you guys have any special tech. So I don't.
I have an amp which gives everyone a bonus, and I know it's included on my sheet, but I don't know if it is on others.
Yes, I believe. Oh, yes. Yep, that's not included on other people's characters. But that's to do with combat. We'll get to that when we get there. Cool. Okay, so I'll walk you guys through the different skills and what each of them broadly cover. So wealth is to do with your ability to not only know about business and management type stuff, but it's also to represent the amount of money that you have on hand. Persuasion, leadership, and psychology are the social skills. So persuasion is more subtle conversation. That is befriending, lying, acting, nuance, sort of subtly extracting info from people. Leadership is more strength of personality, social skills. So that's just being dominating, interrogating, making speeches, being loud, that type of stuff. Psychology is your ability to understand other people's motives or frame of mind. And culture is to do with understanding culture, laws, customs, things like that. Physical, running, jumping, diving, all that kind of things. Resolve is your bravery and your ability to command over your own mind. So if something's scary, I might ask you to make a resolve roll. Awareness is your ability to use your senses to perceive your surrounding, sight and touch and hearing and things. Stealth, hiding, sleight of hand. Then we get to the technical skills, mechanics, electronics, computers, using the different sorts of technology. Biotech. So biotech is a big bit in this setting. That also covers body augmentations and things like that. Medicine is more your ability to actually heal people and be a doctor and diagnosis. Astronomy is to do not only your ability to understand space phenomenon, but it's also to understand jump drives, which are powered by ley dust. Planets is flora, fauna, gravity, minerals, things like that. And then we have your other more combat-orientated skills, which let's not worry about those at the moment. Oh, did anybody have any questions about that? I know I went rather fast.
Seems pretty solid so far.
Cool. Okay, we're going to play very fast and loose. If you guys have any questions, just ask, or otherwise we're just gonna feel our way through it. The primary role of this adventure is not to get all the nitty-gritty right, but just have a fun story, see where it leads. Cool. Okay. Time to set you guys up with the adventure. Okay, you guys are a small band of ship salvagers / mercs / smugglers / whatever jobs you can get. And you guys have been pretty down on your luck for a while. Money is starting to run low. Your ship has no munitions left. 3/4 of your spacesuits are no longer functioning, and you're down to eating rations. Okay? And luckily, or unluckily, because it's possible he's heard about your bad luck and he knows that you won't reject his offer, an old corporate contact reaches out to you with a job. His name is Milo. Currently, you're in the cockpit of your ugly duck of a spaceship called the Fat Pig, and a little holographic blue projection of Milo's well-manicured, suited head and upper shoulders is sort of flickering on the panel, and he tells you about this job. So back during the Great War, there was an Archon medical ship called the Carthage, and at the start of the war, it was taking on Kaltoran refugees to treat them. But as the war went on and things became increasingly desperate, the Carthage changed its mission objectives and started taking on Nephilim prisoners of war to experiment on them, all in the hopes of creating a weapon called the Cormia virus that would only target Nephilim. The other Archons discovered what was the horrors that was going on here, and they sent in a Legion strike force. So the Legion were another species created by the Archons, basically giant, big, muscly ape men. Okay? And these days, the corporate use them a lot as mercenaries. The Legion, Strike Force Vespa, dropship entered the Carthage, and a fight ensued. But nobody knows what happens, because the Carthage jumped away. Now, 100 years later, running on an automated security system, the Carthage has jumped back into the Haven system and is emitting an SOS beacon. Milo wants you to go to the Carthage before any other salvages arrive, infiltrate it, find what you can get, but specifically, he wants you to locate the Cormia virus for him. Okay. And there's a little blink, blink, blink as an attached contract appears. Okay, we're going to go around the table and see if you got what you guys would like to do. Feel free to just describe your approach and let me know if you wish to perform any skill rolls. So we'll start with you, Tony, since you're in my top left. I'm not sure how it's arranged in Twitch, though.
I think we are largely in the same orientation. Nope, we're not. I lied. I want to review this contract. Specifically, I want to look at for indications about how the virus is going to be used. Also, I think for Tatiana, do I feel like the cut we're being offered is actually in our favor or not? Those are, I think, the two things that are probably primarily her concern.
Okay. To anticipate how the virus is going to be used, you know that's not going to be detailed in the contract. But if you wanted to, you could perform a culture roll to understand the corporation or a psychology roll to understand Milo to anticipate how it might be used. And to understand the contract would be a wealth roll. I'm just going to give you a chance to make one skill roll, though.
Okay.
What do you wish to focus on?
I think I want to focus on the contract, then.
Cool. Okay, give me a wealth skill roll.
All right.
Go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
I'm gonna roll 3d6.
3d6 and add your bonus, and let me know if you roll any sixes.
So I did roll 1 6 and 2 1s.
Okay, so you can use that 6 to re-roll one of the ones.
Cool. I'm gonna use that.
Using effort.
That's effort, right? Yeah. All right, that's another 6.
Yeah, and you can use that 6 to roll the other one.
Let's do that.
Ooh.
Man, if we turn a 6-1-1 into 3 6s, right?
No, that'd be
go.
great. It's only a 4, and then I get a +4 for wealth.
Okay, you're really good at wealth. Okay, so what's your total?
So that's going to be 20.
Amazing. Okay, you have a look through the contract, and this does look to be, by and large, a standard corp contract. But that standardness of it and the really average quality of the wording is actually disguising a lot of subtle nuance within the contract. You think that you're getting below market rates for general salvage, but the rates that he's offering for the Cormia virus's recovery does look to be substantially high. This, though, will give you absolute no leverage. Like, once you exit to, like, sell to Milo, you won't be able to negotiate, though, after you've accepted the contract at all.
Can I send back an addended version?
Yes. What dial do you want to turn up? Like, you think you could get some wiggle room to get increasing payment for some things, or sort of decreasing some obligations if you want?
I want to. Ooh, that's a great question. I think I'm more interested in cranking up the salvage than I am in decreasing
the general salvage
the
rate.
virus. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so you're busy modifying that. Okay, and I know, Dean, you want to say something? Jump in.
Can I go ahead and do a psychology roll in order to determine what this person is trying to do, like what they're up to, kind of situation?
Yep, that should be fine. Also, Dean, I'm going to declare you as the ship captain, by the way. I realized I didn't do this. The Fat Pig is an old family ship of yours, and it's a cut-and-shut ship that was made from 2 different ships that weren't functioning, but then put together. Okay? But yes,
right.
You can make a psychology roll on Milo while while Tatiana is modifying the contract.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, boy. 6 1 2. That's I'm gonna re-roll the 1.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 2, so that would make it a 11.
11. Okay. You're finding Milo, he has always been a difficult man to read. Okay. You definitely think he's putting on a persona, like he's acting in the way that he's doing before you, but that just might be a normal corporate cultural thing about when putting contracts forward. Yeah. Cool. Okay, Megs. What does Grullish Nuck do?
Well, this virus doesn't sound like a fun thing. A little bit rude, somewhat gauche. So yeah, probably want to try and suss out the motivation there.
Okay. And just for a description for people, in case they're not aware, Grullish Nuck is a Nephilim, and currently you have a giant, big, bulbous, gaseous central body with 6 giant tentacles coming off it and 2 tiny little arms. Okay, so you look quite you're one of the more monstrous looking Nephilim. So you could perform a psychology roll to try to understand Milo, a biotech roll to try and think about this virus, like what it could have been used for.
Yeah.
So how do you wish to approach this?
Yeah, probably want to do a biotech roll in this case.
Cool.
Yeah, let's give that a crack.
Okay, go for it.
Okay, that's a 6, a 5, and a 2. Can I use a 6 to reroll the 2?
You can.
Love it. Okay, that's a 4. So a 6, a 4, a 5, and then that's a +4 for biotech. So that would bring it up to 19.
19. Okay, really good. So you, so unfortunately you just don't, because you don't have the virus in front of you and Milo doesn't exactly know what it is. You just simply don't have enough data to be able to fully understand it. But from your knowledge of bioweapons used during the war, you think that chances are that the Cormia virus, the Archons are probably using a modified version of a Nephilim-created virus. So one thing, it would be incredibly powerful if this only affected a single species.
Mhm.
And being the fact that it was generated during a war, you think it would probably be designed for maximum spread. So you're probably not looking at like some sort of instant kill virus, or something that's like a poison or something. It's the sort of thing that would get injected in you, spread really fast, and probably be able to spread by any species, and then cause maximum disruption to like large population groups or like armies and things like that.
Okay, cool. All right, that's definitely useful, and I suppose on realizing the nature of this virus, Growlishnark would turn to their companions. We should use tact. Wear gloves, and they flail their their tentacles.
Like I've got my like pen hovering over like the do we do this or not box, and kind of looking at Growlish, because I think regardless of like my primary concern about the contract, I am aware that the only person on this ship that this actually would threaten is Growlish, and so like I think I'm looking at you kind of questioningly, like, what do you want me to sign this contract?
Yep, they flail their tentacles again. In so doing, knock something that was sitting on the wall off, because they're not very cultured.
And I just kind of look, and then
Yeah.
I'm going to translate that as a yes. Okay. So Tatiana resubmits back the modified contract with amendments. Milo looks visibly annoyed at this, okay, at being outmaneuvered. As you realize that not only is Milo applying pressure to you because he knows you're desperate, you've realized that Milo is also on a clock, because the idea of finding and hiring another group would take more time and thus risk losing their salvage. And you use that against him to pressure him to give you above market rates for general salvage from the ship.
In the margins, it's written you can get it fast or you can get it cheap, but you can't get both.
Cool. Okay, so you submit that back with the signed contract. Milo thanks you and then sends you the coordinates. Okay. As you guys jump away, the fat pig boosts up its jump drive and starts sucking in invisible ley dust, which is used to power the jump drive. And a diamond-shaped portal appears in front of the ship as it opens up, and the fat pig flies through. Several hours later, you arrive outside another portal back into real space as pinkish purple lightning licks the edges of your ship, and your shields flicker as you come back into reality. And in front of you, you can see, it's still a while away, but it's on your sensors, you can see the Ghost Ship Carthage. And it is emitting a SOS beacon. You look at the SOS beacon, and it comes out in multiple different languages. A few of them you understand, one being Kaltoran, another one being sort of an old-timey Legion dialect. And it's basically saying, this is the Carthage, we are in distress. Beep, beep, coordinates. This is the Carthage, we are in distress. Beep, beep, coordinates. Okay. And you look at the Carthage, and you can see it's substantially bigger than a fat pig, and you can see that its hull is peppered with black marks, like it's been floating out in space for a long time. You can see that there's damages, its weapon systems are destroyed, its shields are destroyed, and there's sort of a trailing of black smoke coming from behind it. I'm going to go around the table again to see if you guys wish to do any sort of skill rolls to understand what would have happened to the ship or the SO interact with the SOS beacon. This time we will start with Meg's. You can pass, by the way.
Yeah. I think I will for the moment. I'll just sit back and say, yes, distress. Very distressing.
Oh, okay, Dean, is there anything you wish to do? You're also piloting the ship, so if you wish to go and dock, you can see some airlocks at the front of the Carthage.
Well, checking the skill list here is anything that could apply. Doesn't look like anything offhand. So, you know what? Let's see what I got in this stat. Let's see. I'm gonna do, if I can, an awareness check here. Just kind of get a lay of the land, figure out, like, use that to try and figure out what may have happened to the ship since its disappearance, as best as you possibly can, obviously.
Okay, so you, I'm assuming the fat pig is going to have to fly up pretty close if you're going to use awareness. So,
right.
This is a particular pet peeve for the other crew members, is that your captain has this bad habit of trusting his own eyes better than the ship's sensors. You think that this is particularly concerning because the ship is his, so maybe he knows something about the sensors that he's not telling you. Make an awareness roll as you fly close and look out the physical view screen of your cockpit to examine the ship.
All right. Oh no. Oh no. 2 1s and a 4. So that makes it a total of, with my awareness, 9.
Okay. I'm going to tell you guys about another mechanic now. So we're going to slowly introduce some layers here. The other one here is if you guys have a look at a stat called grit rerolls. So it's just to the right of your attributes, about the middle of your character. And for our captain, Jacob Vibe, you have 5 of these. A grit reroll can be spent to re-roll an entire dice roll once per session. Do you wish to spend a grit reroll on this roll? It's your call.
Sure. Let's go ahead and re-roll one of those 1s. Which came out as a 5. So the 5 and the 4, that'd be 9 plus the 1, that'd be 10 plus my awareness, so 13.
13. Cool. Okay. You look outside the cockpit and you definitely you have a look at this ship, and it looks like a lot of the damage has just been, space dust or like maybe it went nearish where like some sort of physical objects have just beaten up for a century of sitting out there in the void. But the damage to the weapons and the shields and stuff like that looks like it was dealt a long time ago. This ship, you're not seeing any anything that tells you that it's currently being guided or anything like that.
Okay.
But do you wish to dock with the ship?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and dock with the ship.
The fat pig slowly rotates around and connects up the 2 airlocks, and you start hearing the as the valves go and the things block in and connect. And cool. Okay, Tony, what do you wish to do?
Besides be frustrated at the captain for immediately docking with this ship, I think what the captain really hasn't told us is not only do the sensors have an issue, is that the captain needs glasses. That's the other thing we're slowly coming to suspect. I want to piggyback along the SOS buoy signal to see if I can access the ship's computer systems.
Okay, give me a computers roll.
All right, that is 13 all day.
13. Okay, so you sit down in the control panel of the fat pig to see if you can sort of connect with this. And there's a bunch of Christmas lights are being used in replacement for general sort of lights on the control panel. And a couple of them are blinking. You're like, what on earth? And why is there so many switches and valves on the operations computer? and you tap into the SOS beacon, but unfortunately, it looks like it's on a different network to the ship's central system. You think that because this is what you know from sort of security systems. Since this ship was created to function within a war environment, it's most likely going to have multiple different digital networks within it to stop being infiltrated. But you think if you could get in and make a physical connection to the correct network, you would be able to gain more information.
Cool. The system that I accessed, is it just the SOS system or is it general comms?
It looks to be a general SOS system that's running on autopilot. You think there was some sort of fail-safe that like the ship was running out of power, and it's like, well, you either jump now or you're never going to be able to jump ever, and so it just automatically jumped.
Great. Can I shut it off?
You can shut the SOS off.
Okay, I shut the SOS off.
Done. Okay, you guys go down to the airlock to have a look here, and Megs, your character can see the little like reading of the atmosphere on the other side, and you can see that it's telling you that the life support seems to be on the Carthage, so it's breathable air on the other side. Do you wish to perform any sort of analysis of this? Biotechs or planets will tell you about this.
Okay. Yeah. Let's go for a biotech check.
Cool. Give me a biotech roll. So it's kind of like checking for pathogens and stuff like that.
Okay. 5, 6, and a 4. Yep. So that'll be 15 plus 4, 19.
19?
Yeah.
Cool. It's another high roll. Okay. You check for pathogens, and you can see that the atmosphere on the other side is incredibly sterile, like kind of medical sort of sterile. But you're not detecting any pathogens or anything like that.
Okay. I think in response, Scarlet Shark will turn around and they'll look really excited, which is honestly terrifying because their jaw just drops. It's wide open and all their little pointy teeth. It is sterile. Sterile. Don't need to wear gloves. This will be great. And they flail their tentacles again.
So you feel okay going in?
Yes. No pathogens. We should be fine.
Cool. Okay, we're going to swap to Roll20 at the moment. But before we do that, could you guys try to move your characters just to make sure that I've set them up correctly? It's just like a little landing page. Yep. Okay. Megs can move. Dean, can you move yours? Cool. Okay. Give me 1 second, and I will set you guys up. This is where, like, I hope I've set up all the maps and the lighting correct. You know, but we'll see how we go. Okay. Cool. You should be able to, down near the bottom, you'll be able to find your characters. There's like a little illuminated area. Cool. Can you guys all see that fine?
Yep. I has found it.
Oh, here we go. Got it.
Oh, okay, cool. It's good. I can swap to Twitch and like see exactly what Tony's seeing. So yeah. Okay. So you guys in the airlock here. Feel free to move your characters around a little bit. We're just going to kind of do this a bit narratively. Okay. So the airlock. So you guys turn. Naturally, the airlock from your end is this giant, big metal valve thing that needs to be manually turned to open up. And you go through your airlock and then into their airlock. And their airlock is nice and beautiful and clean. And you can see a circular window on the other side, like sort of where you can have a look into the other ship. And it's dark on the other side. So one thing about Kaltorans, you guys can see in the dark a little bit. And in front of you can see a large pillar. You can also shine your torch through it a little bit as well. Let's see if I can open that up just a bit. Okay. Do you guys wish to go in?
And it seems like if we don't, we're just going to stand in this airlock all day long.
It'll be a very dull session.
It's a very nice airlock. Don't get me wrong.
Is there like is it just a mechanical switch, or is there a computer like access port here?
It's basically there's like a manual release as well as a computer system, but the computer system looks to be operational. You can just hit access because it's currently got like a little emergency thing is flashing, which will allow you access because it's turned its SOS on. So it's kind of like, well, we've got to let people in.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, we'll open it, or I will.
Cool. Okay. You open up the door and there's this flood of cold air wafts over you. And the lights in front of you, what looks to be a large foyer area, blink on. And then there's a snapping noise and glass shatters from one of the globes as it sort of falls down onto the ground. Tink, 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 tinkles along the ground. Cool. Feel free to move yourselves out. So I'm going to start with Tony. So I presume you're taking a bit of a peek there.
Yeah.
You can see. Just grab the wrong thing. Okay. You can see in front of you are some pillars. To the left over here, can you guys see my little green? Yep. It's a large open way. Over here, you can see what looks like bodies piled up. And you can see several bullet holes in the walls. And particularly, this pillar over here looks like it's been shredded to pieces.
Which pillar is that one? This one?
This one here, so sort of far right.
I think I will unsling my machine gun, my SMG, and yeah, I'll kind of, I think start moving between these two pillars to just kind of get a wider look.
Okay, cool. Okay, just gonna put you there. Okay, Megs, what are you up to?
I suppose seeing the lights turn on and one of the globes shatter, that is unsafe. And sort of going to move in the direction of those bodies, just out of curiosity.
Cool.
So
you're going to start heading towards the bodies. Tony was just heading up to that pillar. Dean, what do you wish to do?
I'm going to go ahead and take a rear angle about over here so I can keep my eye on both in case something were to happen where they're going.
You're like staying alert.
Staying alert.
The guns up. Okay, so Tony, you get to here, and Megs, you get to about here, and you can see to the left is the rear end of a Legion dropship. And the back of this dropship is opened up. There's like a little gang ramp that sort of went down. And inside this, the back of the dropship, you can see along the walls, there's those sort of things that sort of pull down over like this. And they're all clicked up. And then there's a ticking noise. And out of the roof on the inside of the dropship, a very large turret starts coming down. And its barrels start spinning. Okay, quickly, Tony, what do you do?
I yell, "Get down!" Take one step closer to this pillar.
Okay, you dive to the pillar. Megs, what do you do? Quickly.
Whoops. Immediately backpedal toward the closest wall.
Okay, cool. So you're going to head back there. Okay, and Dean, you hear "watch out," but you can't see a threat from where you're at the moment. Okay, I'm going to put just there so you can see Tony. I presume you're sort of the angle. Okay, cool. We're going to enter combat. For this combat, since this is going to be your first combat, we're going to keep things really simple and clean. Okay, so normally there's a bunch of different actions that you can perform, like snapshot that lets you move and shoot, sighted shot, which sort of gives you more accuracy and range. But instead, we're just going to say move, shoot, or skill roll. and you get 2 actions per turn. So we're just going to keep this very simple. And on your weapons, you can see a number of hit dice that you can roll. So we'll get you to add those plus the little hit bonus. Okay, so we're just going to keep things super simple. Okay, Tony, the turret is attacking you.
Okay.
Okay. So it's going to hit you. So what is the defense of your character?
It's not great, but once per combat I can get +4 armor.
Okay.
This seems like a moment where my character might decide to do that.
Okay.
So when I'm looking for defense, what am I looking at specifically?
So in the middle of your sheet, you've got armor, endurance, and defense.
Yep.
Can you see that? So I think your defense is 15.
There we go. Yeah, my defense is 15.
So it rolled 39.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it hits you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So many bullets. Okay. So your character suffers 8 endurance damage.
Okay.
Okay. And your total endurance is 20. Oh, okay. So the bullets spray around you and start going ting 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 off the pillar that you're near, but none of them hit you. So they're looking for 6s. He rolled no 6s on, so it doesn't get to do any special attacks on you.
Nice.
Okay, so that was a surprise round, so they just get a single action.
Okay.
So now we're just going to go. Everybody gets 2 actions during this turn, and I'm just going to go around the table.
If you'll come to me last, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, cool. So normally there's like a combat order and stuff, but we're not going to worry about that. Okay, Megs, what are you up to with your 2 actions?
Alrighty. So one of our friends just got hit. That's not fun. So I think that Relishnut is going to move to the left 2 spaces. So
Yep. So you have 3 mobility, so you can move up to 3 spots if you want.
Okay, cool. Then straight up next to our colleague here.
Okay. And your second action?
And second action, can I do something to help my colleague provide some kind of healing?
Unfortunately, I don't think your character has any of those abilities. So in Frag, you don't really do much healing mid-combat unless you have special equipment.
Okay, fair enough. I guess in that case, probably moving a bit further. So up to here, permissible?
Yep.
All right.
Okay, that's you done. Dean, what are you up to? You saw all the bullets coming from that opening, so you know where the threat is.
I think in this case, I would try and get into a position where maybe I can provide covered fire enough to at least distract from my ally here. So I'm going to try and move, because they have mobility of 3, move 3 spaces towards the where the fire shooting was coming from.
Cool.
So let's see, 1, 2. Can I occupy the same space, or do I have to choose a different space?
You'll have to occupy a different space.
Okay, just double checking. I'll go over here then.
You have a second action, so you can move again if you wish, and you can move diagonally just for like normal.
All right. So you do 1, 2, 3. Get over here towards the edge.
Cool. Okay, so you peek around the edge, and you can again see that little gangwalk open up in the turret, and this turret, as it's sort of spinning and firing these energy bolts that are going off, you can see the turret looks pretty old. Okay, there's like a little bit of smoke coming out of it, and it's sort of vibrating as it's firing. Okay, Tony, what are you up to with your 2 actions?
Just making sure. So if my mobility is my move, the number of spaces I can move, and I can do that twice per turn, correct?
Yep. So you have a mobility of 4.
Great, awesome. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then right here.
Okay, cool. You duck around, you just basically run out.
Yeah, I dodge across to the other side.
I'm distracting it. Focus on me. Okay, cool. The turrets go. Well, the turret is going to have a shot at Dean. Okay. So this thing is firing so many bullets that it's basically going to automatically hit you. Okay. So, so Dean, you suffer 8 endurance damage.
Okay.
This is automatically from hit, and it rolled 2 6s. Okay. It's going to spend one of those 6s to do a critical hit on you.
Oof.
So it deals. So this is I'm kind of like slowly explaining how the damage systems work. So endurance. Think about endurance as the amount of pain and fear that your character can suffer. When your endurance is reduced to 0, you don't automatically die. Think about it like you become vulnerable. So every hit on you becomes a critical hit. Okay. So this 6 is sending 1 6 on you to do a critical hit, and it's going to do 4 damage to one of your attributes. So a random attribute, which is 5, your intelligence. What's the armor of your character?
Let's see. Armor. 1 second. Oh, wait.
Just above your endurance is your armor.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah. 3. What I show here.
Yep. Okay, 3. And
Yep.
you have a special ability. So look under notes, under your outfit.
There we go.
It's got something called versus double. What does that give you?
Versus double +1 armor, -1 armor, add 0 endurance.
So this means that if enemy rolls 2 numbers of the same on a dice, you get a bonus armor. So it deals 4 crit damage to you, but because you've got 4 armor, it doesn't do anything. Normally, it would be crit damage minus your armor, and that's how much attribute damage you take. If any of your attributes are reduced to a negative, you start to bleed. And if any of your attributes are reduced to -5, you die. NPCs are removed from combat when any attribute is just reduced to 0. So think about this. If you're playing a max min character who's put like 1 in a dump stat, like you're a big muscle with like 1 intelligence, that actually means that that is your weak spot.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So there's an advantage to being a well-rounded character as well. Okay. But your character, because of your special armor, you're actually really good against attacks that roll lots of dice. Okay. It's spending the other 6 to suppress you. Okay. So this means that next turn, you only get 1 action. And it's sort of like pinning you down with lots of fire. Okay. Its next attack, it does not have any other target, so it's going to shoot you again. Okay. You suffer another 8 endurance damage. It's a stupid automated computer, so it tries to crit you again, which does nothing because of your special ability.
Right.
But it's got 2 other 6s. So instead, it is going to use both of those 6s to see if I can draw to destroy the cover. Oh, wait, just a second. I'm noobing up my Roll20. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I'm just going to put the little crosses there. Okay, I think you guys can see that. The cover, which you were behind, is now offering you no protection as the bullets just sort of shatter and break it up. Okay, back to your guys' turn. Megs, what are you up to?
This is a bit tricky. I think I've got the clever plan in my weapons. Maybe I can try and use this.
Yep. Okay, so you've got a sort of a bite that you can do, but your main weapon is actually your clever. So this thing can't actually kill anybody because it's you thinking. Okay. But you can roll dice against each other and like give your allies boosts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay, but you'll have to see your target.
Okay. That's rude. All right. Like that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll move up next to my buddy Jacob here. Surely this isn't a bad plan at all. And yeah, try and give them some cool tips on how to take this thing out.
Okay, make an attack roll against your target. We're not going to bother about range and stuff like that, so just roll the number of d6 that it says, hit dice, and then add the bonuses plus hit.
Okay, that's a 6, a 4, and a 1. So yeah. How will we stack that one?
Okay, so just add them together, and then add that. I think you get +1 for clever plan.
Yep. Okay. All good. So that'll bring it to a 12.
12. Okay, this thing has a defense of 8 because it's a giant turret that's not trying to be difficult. So you hit it. Did you roll any 4, 5s, or 6s?
A 4 and a 6.
Okay, so your weapon has a keyword called strong hit 4 to 6. So you cause a strong hit on a roll of a 4 to a 6 with your dice. Okay. It's a bit of a weirder weapon you've got. Okay.
Yeah.
And you have the strong hit option there called advise, which says an ally may immediately move 2 spaces and gain strong hit +1, which means they'll cause a strong hit on a 5 or a 6 on their next attack. So you can give that to both of your friends if you want to.
Okay, then let's do that.
Oh, okay. So both of you guys, Tony and Dean, you can move 2 spaces, and your next attack is boosted. Because you've got a support weapon, your weapon will normally deal 4 endurance damage. You can give that to an ally, and they will deal an additional 4 endurance on their next attack. Who are you giving that to?
I'd say that I'd like to give that to Tatiana. Go for it.
Cool.
Leaving you.
Okay.
Awesome. So you said we can move 2 spaces?
Yes.
That's before we do anything else?
Yep, right now.
Great.
Yep.
I'm going to move 1, 2. I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to hack this thing.
Okay, I'm just going to check. So I'm going to be a little bit there. 1, 2 to there, and then I think Meg could have allowed you to move to there.
Oh, I thought I had 4 mobility.
Oh no, so it's just move 2 spaces. This is like a special advise.
No, I know. I'm then enacting the first part of my turn.
Oh no. Oh, sorry. So Meg's finished her turn. Then we'll go to Tony. Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
Now Tony, it's your turn. Got 2 actions. What do you wish to do?
I want to move here.
Yep. Move there.
I want to try
Okay, so you move up to the turret, and if you want, you can actually go underneath it because it's come down out of the roof.
That's what I was going to ask. Because the way you described it made it sound like it comes down.
Yep. So I'll presume that you're underneath it. Roll 20 is not great for allowing underneath miniatures. And what skill roll do you wish to perform on it?
So I have I don't know whether this would be computers or electronics.
Okay. So it could be either one. So it could be mechanics. It's an energy weapon, so I would allow electronics. And you could do computers as well if you could find a terminal for it.
I would say this is probably electronics.
Okay. Make an electronics skill roll.
Okay. I rolled a 6, a 4, and a 2. For that 6, can I use Quick Tech?
You can.
So I would like to use Quick Tech to complete this task very quickly.
Okay, so what was the total?
That's going to be 16 all day.
16. Okay, cool. Because you've got a mechanical arm, and it's sort of bits pop out of it, and you just got to go beep and go tick, 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 tick. Okay, 16. Okay, you have I'll say that you've got 3 systems that you can attack. Okay, one is you can attack its munition system, its targeting system, or its computational system. Because you're basically pulling out wires. And
say it for me one more time. Say the 3 for me.
Munitions, targeting, or computation.
I'm going to go with munitions.
Okay, cool. You plug some, basically a bunch of cables come out, and all of a sudden it starts venting and hissing as this white steam starts spraying out over you, and the whole thing starts vibrating. Because you perform this really quickly, I'm going to say that you've got another action. Just because we're doing this kind of a loose narrative sort of combat.
Do I feel like this thing's going is headed towards a violent reaction?
You think so?
Shit, I'm going to try to stop the violent reaction. This is not the smart choice, but it is the good choice.
Okay, make another electronics roll. I'm going to give you a -2 to this roll, by the way.
You're going to give me a -2 to this roll?
-2 because it's particularly difficult. Yeah.
Okay, so I got a 15, but I also got 1/6.
Okay, cool. Do you wish to spend that on another quick tech?
Well, you hurt me with that last time. Yeah, I'm trying to do this fast. I'm trying to shut this down fast.
Okay, cool. You quickly work on it again and you power down the system. And all of a sudden, the turret's now going, like it's spinning. And there's a little laser sensor that's sort of sweeping the room. And the turret's like fixated at your friends, but no bullets are coming out.
Okay. So like it thinks it's shooting real good, but it's not doing anything.
Yep. Okay. Okay. And it's basically trying to fire, but there's nothing coming out. You've like disconnected it.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. We can say that is the end of the combat.
Awesome.
Cool. Okay. So normally in the combat, like you can see the Fragged, we're just going to go a little bit meta here for a moment. So normally Fragged actually has quite a tactical style combat with like precise moving and rolling of dice and range and stuff like that. So it very much favors miniatures. But I wanted to do just a lighter, more narrative thing just because this is your first game. And I think that's the way that I think people should play Fragged, especially when you're starting out and learning the rules. Is just focus on the fun and the story always. And then the game is quite deep. So as you sort of get used to the mechanics, you can sort of add in the extra layers and stuff like that.
Cool.
Yeah. And you can see that Meg's, your character is a really weird character. Like you don't actually shoot. You just boss people around and give instructions and advice and stuff like that. Whereas the other ones have like SMGs and guns and stuff like that.
Yeah, but we took out a turret together real quick.
It's all good. It's all good. It's fine. You know, that's for other people to sort out. And you know, if worse comes to worse, I have extra hands to hold the things you need me to hold.
Oh, very nice. Cool. Okay, so you've just disconnected that. Dean, you can see that the turret is now no longer firing, although it is aiming at you precisely. There's this green laser beam that's sweeping over you, and you can just see it sort of fixating on your vitals. Okay, every now and again, there's like a little ping. You can see its big green eye looking at you with intent to suppress.
Unnerving to say the least.
Cool. Okay. You guys can see that in here it looks to be the front of the ship. There's like a little loading bay here with a this looks like where Strike Force Vespa landed, and you can see around it are some medical boxes. Okay. Cool.
Is this ship? Is this a Legion? Like the dropship is a Legion dropship. Is the Carthage a Legion ship?
No, the Carthage is a Archon ship. So this was the so from the intro thing we had like this is the Strike Force entered the ship to shut them down, and it looks like this is where they entered in.
Okay, but this ship in front of us appears to be Legion. From the same time period.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So it's probably the Archon let it in because it thought, oh, Legion allies let it in, and then they come out, and the Legion attacked the ship.
Great. I'm more so wondering if I have to worry about Legion that has showed up recently. Like,
no, and Legion don't live for 100 years. So.
Okay, just making sure. I didn't think so.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to start with Dean. What do you wish to do?
So we're looking for the virus they mentioned in the beginning of the campaign. So I figure that if they were to carry it, might be in the medical boxes next to the Legion ship. I believe, is that what you said?
Yep. So I will allow an awareness roll, and you can start to have a look around.
Okie doke.
Yep.
Let's see.
Also, all of your endurance heals at the end of fight too, by the way. You just need to stop and just breathe for a moment, and you're like, you get it back.
Okay, good, because I was at like 12.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. 5, 5, and a 1, so it's 11 plus my awareness of 3, so 14.
Cool. Okay. You start looking through the crates, and a lot of them just look to be normal medical supplies, like a lot of bandages and sutures and stuff like that. But looking through one of the boxes, you pull out is this old, like, sort of packing styrofoam around it. It sort of crumbles a bit as you touch it, and you pull out a large vial, and this vial is about this long, and it's long green glass, and inside is a bubbling fluid that is warm to the touch. Instantly, Gralishnak, without even a skill roll, knows what this is because you're carrying one of these. This is called a flesh rejuvenator. And so it says once per session, a medical skill roll can be used to heal an additional attribute point and grants a free recovery. So you can actually use this during combat if you want. But you know that the way that this works is the gel, you put it on something and it reads the DNA, and then it uses that as a blueprint to effectively like print over the actual wound. So, for example, like if you were actually missing an arm, you could actually use enough of this to regrow an arm. Cool. Okay. Meg, what do you wish to get up to? Currently, your captain is foraging around boxes, and you find a few things to salvage too, Dean, like a few little bits of valuable stuff.
Well, I think before all of the bullets started flying, I really wanted to check out that pile of bodies, understand that a bit more, and see if there's anything else that has affected them. I mean, obviously, bullet ridden, I assume.
Yep.
But is there anything peculiar or abnormal about these bodies that I need to pay attention to?
Cool. Okay, so you head over to the bodies. Give me a medicine roll.
Okay. Oh, okay. 5, 6, and a 2. So they'll bring it up to 11. And plus medicine, you said?
Yep.
Okay. So, okay. Cool. That'll be... Yep. I think that's 16.
16? Okay, pretty good. Okay, you have a look at these, and these are old, dried corpses. You think they are surprisingly preserved for how old they must be. And they look to be Kalporans. Specifically, you suspect refugees, because a lot of them have multiple layers of clothing on them. They're wearing their jewelry and family mementos. And it looks like the Legion gunned them down, which is very unusual, because Legion wouldn't normally commit this sort of a war crime, especially if they were coming to this ship to stop a war crime. That's a bit odd. But definitely it looks like death by like energy bullet holes, effectively. You also spot around you, there's a couple of doors here onto the side. And here, sorry, it's not on the map. I didn't know how to draw it. There's like bollards, you know, like in the bank that you sort of queue up. And over here, you can see a sort of a frosted plastic door with like some sort of medical signage on it as well. You think this is where like refugees would enter, congregate in the foyer, and then there was some sort of like they queue up to be processed sort of thing. And if you want, there's a couple of valuables on the refugees that you could take as well, if you're worried about that.
Not really interested in taking the valuables from those bodies. Probably poke their head back around that pillar nearby, and just sort of tell the crew what we found.
Cool. Okay, Dean, what are you up to? So you've just disconnected the turret, and you can see in the back there looks to be seatings for 12 big Legion soldiers in here, like with a little clamp down stuff, and there is a doorway leading to the front cockpit. You can also see on the side there's like a control panel with a giant big red button. You feel the need to press the red button for some reason because you've watched too many movies.
I mean, as tempting as it would be to press the button.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I direct that to Dean. I was supposed to direct that to Tony. Sorry, Tony. I got the name mixed up. I'm very sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
So 12. We've got kind of an open area where there'd be space for 12 Legion soldiers to be able to sit, right,
Yep.
strap in. And then we've got a front area that's blocked off with a big red button next to it. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, there's a big red button just to your side, right where you are, and there's a door leading to what you presume is the cockpit at the far end.
Look, I could press that button.
Okay.
Before I do that, is there a computer access terminal there?
There does look to be a computer access terminal, but it looks pretty like simple. It doesn't look like a very complex thing.
That's fine. I just want to look at it and see if I think this button does anything besides open this door up.
Okay. You can see some Legion language on it, but you're unsure what the button does.
Okay. If it doesn't look like there's any other way to open the door, I'm going to press the red button.
So this is the door at the far end.
Yeah.
Sorry. So the red button is right near where you are, near the
gotcha.
back. Yeah. So it's like right here on the side.
Yeah,
And
I'm not going to press that red button right now. Then.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to go. I want to go up towards the cockpit area or the door up front though.
Cool. Okay. So you go up there, and I'm going to say that you can just easily hack this door. It's so simplistic in terms of its digital security. No roll needed.
Sure.
And you just basically pop it open, and it opens up to a cockpit. This is just a drop ship. So there's a seat for 2 pilots. You can't see, like, there's no corpses in here or anything like that. And then there's a computer system in front. Yeah.
Cool. I want to see if I can get into the computer system real quick. It's all. I'm guessing languages matter in this system. It sounds like.
Not especially to do with digital stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Mostly because a lot of it has the same sort of root origins. Yeah.
I want to kind of get into the. I want to see if this ship had a directive or what the ship's records tell me about what they were doing.
Cool. Give me a computer's roll.
It's going to be a 14.
14. Okay. You break into the computer systems and you find that the Legion have a very simplistic approach to digital security. Namely, they don't want other people to find stuff. Don't put it in the hard drive. Okay. Right. And so you're not finding any sort of mission objectives or logs or anything like that. But you do find a rudimentary map of the ship.
Excellent. I download that and give it to everybody else using our comm devices.
Okay, let me see if I can do this. Save changes. Can you guys see that? Is it going to come up?
Yes, I see.
Okay. And you see that one of the floor that you guys are on. And then and you see the outline of a second floor. Hopefully if this one comes up.
All right. It's a drop ship.
Yep.
If in an emergency,
mm-hmm.
would this ship be able to launch off of this place?
You think you could? If you could open the front sort of hangar bay doors to the Carthage and fly this dropship out, you think it'd be pretty valuable.
Yeah,
something like this.
That's. It looks as I look around, it looks like it might be in better shape than the Fat Pig. It seems like.
Yeah. Okay. As you guys are sort of chatting and talking about this, the whole Carthage gives a violent shake. And all of the lights turn off and then start to turn back on. Everybody, please give me a mechanics or an electronics roll.
Let's see. Mechanics 0 electronics, -1. So mechanics it is.
Okay.
Ooh, that's actually not bad. 6, 4, and a 4. So we roll 1. And that's a 2. Okay.
18.
Okay. 18 for you. What skill was that, Tony?
Electronics.
Electronics. Meg, what did you get?
Yeah, that's a 10. And it doesn't matter which one, but I went with electronics because electronics and mechanics is both -2.
Yep.
Dean, I got a 12 for my mechanics.
Mechanics. Okay. Because Tony, you rolled so high, you know exactly what that was. That sounded like the Carthage's reactor, which is on the 2nd floor at the back of the ship. It's melting down.
Oh no.
And you get a little ping ping from the fat pig, sort of, and you tap into the fat pig to get to use its sensors. Because unlike the captain, you actually like using.
Yeah, I do. I love using the sensors. That was my plan before the captain docked, was to scan this ship.
That's right. And you suspect that this reactor is melting down as part of what triggered this emergency protocol of it coming back. And you think, if you don't hurry, in an hour and a half our time, the ship's going to blow up. So the session is ending on time.
On time. Hey y'all, we're on the clock. We've got about 90 minutes before. Well, we just need to not be here in 90 minutes.
Oh, more distressing.
I'm gonna move you guys all back to
as we are starting to move back towards the middle, I am going to be looking for a control room for the hangar bay specifically. So I'm gonna look for a spot I think leads to potentially a place to open the hangars.
Okay, having a look around here, you can't see any access for the hangar bay. You think specifically because this is an area where they would have taken in refugees to this sort of foyer area, that they're going to specifically not have any access for that. If you can find the bridge, you think you could probably open it up.
So I think the bridge is where the control point probably is.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. Okay. Do you guys wish to continue down the ship? I'm just going to point out, so you can see this looks like another airlock to the other side of the ship. These look to be like doors to toilets.
I mean, we have a map, so we do know.
Yeah. And so
is the map has the Legion sign for toilet on it?
You pretty much just figured that it looks like it is. Right. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Do you wish to continue down?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get up to the frosted door in front of you, and you sort of push that to the side to peek at the other end. And you can see a long, dark corridor in front of you. On both sides of the corridor are mirrors, and you can see one of the mirrors has bullet holes along it, but it actually not broken it. And in front of those mirrors are large mechanical arms with medical instruments on them. Incrementally along the door, hanging from the roof, are these big frosted tarps. On the ground, in front of each of those tarps, is a pair of painted footprints, like this. If anybody wishes to give me a biotech, medicine, or a culture roll to tell you what this is. Okay, Megs, go for it.
2 6s and a 2. So yeah, that'll be pretty good. I'd say that'll be an 18 total.
Okay, easy. Okay, you think this is a decontamination chamber, whereas refugees would come in, put their feet in front of the little spot. The arms would sort of spray them, scan them, and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. As you're analyzing this, the lights to the foyer, to the little walkway start to light on, and the arms start to power up very slowly. Mm-hmm. Okay, quickly, Meg, so you're at the front. What are you doing?
I suppose letting the crew know. Decontamination.
I'm not contaminated.
Dean, what are you up to? You can see the mechanical arms are now 75% powered up.
Well, it's a decontamination. Yeah, I can't speak. Decontamination, and if I'm reading the map right here, that should lead towards an airlock. Is that correct?
You can't really tell exactly from the map. Like, it looks pretty basic.
Okay, fair enough.
The arms are now 85% powered up.
I want to shoot the power source.
Okay. Okay, so Tony, what are you up to? So you can start shooting at some of the turret arms if you want to.
No, I don't want to shoot at the turret arms. I want to shoot at the. I want to figure out where the control point for these things is, and I want to shoot that.
You think that the control point is not going to, like, there's not going to be a control panel here because they don't want refugees mucking around with the controls, and the power cables are going to be underneath the floor.
Okay. Then sure, I'll shoot the base of each arm.
Okay. You start firing away at the turrets, and after a bunch of shots, the first one goes down and sort of pops and is going and starts smoking, and white fluid starts leaking out onto the floor. You think that you could destroy all of these, but it's going to take a lot of your ammo to do that. The arms are now fully powered up.
I'm more concerned about creating a pathway through than I am about destroying every single one of them.
Okay.
So if I think I can strategically knock out one or two of these things, so we can just, because you said it was like white like you say it was like tarping.
It's sort of like the frosted things hanging from the roof. Is that, or just the arms?
No, the frosted things hanging from the roof. Is it like tarp or is it like glass?
Yeah, it's like a tarp, so you can just push through.
Yeah.
Okay, I've just moved you guys onto another map. I'm just placing you in the rough order.
I want to point out, it was real hard for Tatiana to do that. She knows how much those arms were worth, and like the one I knocked out is not salvageable at all.
Yeah. Okay. How do you guys wish to go through this room? You could expend a bunch of your ammo destroying all of the arms on your way through. How do you wish to do this? I'm presuming at the moment no one's entered. Like, you're just sort of sitting in the doorway.
So depending on if it's okay, like depending on like if we saw it powering up, look around, don't see it at that point, like I would have started. I think I would have started rushing through, like just to get past them. If I'll start shooting as I'm passing the last one to basically keep it from powering up on us.
Okay. Unfortunately, I'm going to say that you guys were too slow to sort of to try to get ahead of them before they're powered up. All of the arms are powered up, but you've destroyed the first one. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to start with you, Megs. How do you wish to approach this? And that white fluid that's coming out of the first arm is just sort of seeping onto the floor and is coming up to your feet. And it smells soapy.
You know, any time there's an unidentified fluid on the floor, we need to investigate. So, you know, let's have a look at that and determine whether that's going to hurt anyone.
Okay, you don't even need to make a roll for this. You think it's some sort of cleaning agent. So this arm would probably actually looks like it would start to actually remove clothing, and then it's like would spray them down with this soapy foam. Yeah.
Yep. Extreme soap. Not a threat. And then going to try and move forward as quickly as we can past these arms.
Make a physical roll to try and move down the corridor and dodge the arms as they attempt to decontaminate you.
Ooh, that sucks. That really sucks. Okay, so that's a 5, 2, 7.
7. Okay. Do you wish to spend a grit roll on this, or we're happy to go with it?
Right. So grit roll is re-rolling the whole set.
Yep. So I believe you've got 2 for the whole session that you can spend.
Yeah. Let's re-roll the whole set.
Okay.
Okay, that's a lot better. So that'll be a 13, 5, 5, 1 plus 2 for my physical.
13? Okay, cool. You move up to the next arm as it sort of scans you, and a little red light shows up, and a little Nephilim contagion detected. Beep! And something with a needle tries to stab you, but you dodge out of the way of the needle. But as you do, you sort of dodge to the side and go backwards. And then you get sprayed by water, and a tarp that is obviously designed for a biped is like shot onto your head.
I think this is similar to that gif of a cat with a octopus attached to its face. Rude, 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 rude. And it furiously backpedaling, tentacles flailing. Does not want.
Okay, and you managed to get into the end chamber, but you dodged like the needle that was trying to get you and stuff like that. But your head is kind of slightly covered by this annoying tarp, which you can sort of pull off. Okay, Dean, what are you up to? As you just saw your friend flailing and catching tarps and stuff like that, as they end up at the other end.
Could I kind of sidestep them while they're trying to get past the needle and whatnot? Like
using Meg as a distraction. Okay.
Well, Meg is using Meg. Maybe the opportunity, but I'll help her. I'll help them with the tarp when the time comes too.
Yeah, cool. I'll say get a physical roll. I'm going to give you a +1 bonus because I like that description. Yeah.
All right, great. Dice don't fail me now. All right, physical. 6, 5, 1. So that's a. Jeez. Excuse me. Here we go. I'll use the 6 to reroll the 1. Now it gave me a 2. Great. 15.
With the +1 bonus?
Yeah, that's
yeah. Cool. Okay. So you elegantly dive and duck and weave and when you get to the other end, your poor companion, Grellish Nuck, is all like frazzled and covered in bits of tarp and has been sprayed by water. You got to the other end and somehow there's like you sort of swish. You're not sure where the breeze comes from, but your trench coat goes wafts a little bit to the side as you sort of readjust your hat ever so elegantly. And as you get to the other end, there's a flickering of a hologram appears out of the roof. And it projects down, and there's the head and shoulders of an Archon. And it goes, hello. And as a female Archon, and she goes, hello, and welcome to the Carthage. Please enjoy your stay. Please step through to your bedding. And she directs you to the next room as the door pops open.
I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help Meg by taking the tarp off.
Okay, you pull the tarp off. Okay, Tony, what are you up to as you're watching this nonsense?
Tatiana watches all this happens. Are there more of these tarps hanging down from the ceiling?
Well, there's substantially less now that Grellish has sort of picked up half of them. But yeah.
I just grab the nearest tarp. I rip it down. I drape it over myself, and I walk through this thing at a slightly higher than normal clip.
Okay, make a stealth roll. This will be a difficult roll, but I see what you're trying to do.
I mean, more so my thought is I don't care if it hits me so much as I just don't want to get touched by any of the things that's spraying out. So I rolled 2 6s and a 2, -2. So it's 12 all day before that. I'm trying to look at what I guess I can just re-roll the 2 is the best thing to do at this point in time.
Yeah, probably.
That's a 5. Yeah, that's 15. So that's going to be 15 all day.
15. Okay, you duck and weave to the side a little bit like that, and you're sort of pulling the tarp down. But unfortunately, one of the needles gets you in the arm as it goes and moves back, and then eventually they try to spray you with some water, but you use the tarp and throw it over the last one, and you pull into the other side.
Okay.
You guys can see the chamber in you, and that holographic message that sort of gets a bit distorted also plays, and you can see there's 2 doors where you are. So one leads out, well, apart from the one you just came from. So one leads out into some sort of dormitory. And then there's another door here that has been forced open, and you can see it's got a staff only sign on it. But it looks like the Legion force that came through here actually has broken the lock and pushed the door open. So you think you could slide that open if you wanted to. Okay. This time we will start with Tony. What do you wish to do?
I mean, I certainly don't want to not slide that door open. I just don't know that I'm the best suited person for it. So we've got the door that's slightly open and the other door is completely open.
Yeah, I'm just going to slide the door open just so you can see through there.
Sure. I'm going to look through the other door while I hope that the good captain slides that door open and looks inside.
Okay, cool. So you go over to here and I'll just rotate your character. And in here, you can see lots and lots of bunk beds. And in these bunks, and probably about half of them are bodies. And they all have single bullet holes in the sides of their head. And the lights are flickering here. And up on the far side, you can see like holographic displays of paintings on the walls. Like there's one that's a flowing waterfall, but it's slightly color distorted. So it's like red sepia through it. And then there's another section there. It's got today's menu and then some list of food. But then the hologram flickers and changes, and you can see a burn mark on the wall with the silhouette of a person. Do you think the Legion have come through here and executed all of the refugees that were staying in this dorm?
Yeah. As a capitalist, Tatiana is unfazed by this. As a player, that's horrific.
This is messed up. Okay. Do you wish to go into the room and have a bit of a look around?
I mean, at some point probably, but I'm gonna let everybody else look at the other door.
Okay,
first.
You'll be a little bit cautious. Okay, we'll go Dean. What are you up to?
Slide that door open.
Yep. Okay, so you slide that open, and you can basically see it's an intersection. So in front of you looks to be the door to an elevator, and then over to the side here is another staff door, and it's got a window, like a big double glass window thing on it. And it looks like this door is also the lock mechanism's been destroyed. Yeah. Do you wish to step into the room or?
Yeah, cautiously, and I'll let his crewmates know that he's walking in there, just so that they're not caught by surprise.
Okay. You step in there, and you can see that this mirror that was along one side of the decontamination chamber is actually like a one-way mirror. And along the side here are a bunch of computer terminals where it looks like the staff can oversee the decon chamber. And there's chairs here in this room, but they've all been sort of pushed back to the other room. And you can see a few bodies on the floor over here. And they look like Kaltorans in uniform. So like the staff of the ship were Kaltoran. And it looks like the Legion have come here, broken up the door, and then shot a couple of staff as they were sort of trying to back away to the other end of the room. Yeah. What do you wish to do from here?
Is there a control panel near the door of this room here?
The control panel's been ripped out, like as part of the locking mechanism. But you can see computers here, and they're starting to boot up. And you can see the little holographic screens with a little loading beep, 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 beep thing happening. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's take a quick look at this character sheet. How good is my computers? There we go. It is a -1, so that not being advised.
That's never stopped the captain before.
Not being confident in something, that's not stopped me before.
Okay. The whole ship gives another bit of a shake.
I was gonna say, hey Tatiana, you have another computer over here that's leading into another room with another computer. See what I can do. Is gonna crack his fingers, and I'll give it a computer roll and see what we can.
Okay, Tony, does Tatiana also want to go into this room to help the captain before he messes
I'll start
it up?
heading back that way, but I absolutely give enough time to see whatever shenanigans the captain's going to get up to for them to happen
cool.
first.
So you move in there, and I'm going to say you move into there. There is another door here at the other end of this room, by the way.
Yeah, we'll just say I'm casually walking around the room taking it in while the captain.
Okay, both of you make computer rolls. I will get back to you. Meg, what are you up to?
Alrighty, cool. So seeing that the computer situation has more than enough hands, and they don't need extra hands.
It doesn't need your extra 8, so
yeah. Is this area, is that a door?
Yes, it's an elevator.
Okay. I'm going to summon the elevator.
Okay, cool. You summon the elevator, and it takes like a second. It just goes swoosh and beep and opens up. Being a sci-fi setting, they're fast, and it's 2 stories, so yeah.
Yep.
Okay. The whole ship gives another violent shake, and you can start to smell smoke. Just very faintly.
Cool. I suppose in light of that, going to duck my head around the corner to get line of sight to my colleagues.
Yep. Okay. They are stuffing around with the computers.
And say, elevator has been summoned. Smoking.
Okay.
Please hurry.
Okay, Dean, what did you get?
With the negative, a total of 12.
Okay, cool. Because these things does actually have a security system on it, you're struggling to get through the basically login system. But you do discover, because 12's not terrible, there is actually little pass cards, like little slots on the desk where like someone would go like when they're sort of logged in. So if you think you could get a pass card, that would help you gain access to one of these terminals.
Gonna go with Tatiana. Well, I got nothing unless we can find a pass card. There's no way we're gonna get in this.
Were there bodies in this room?
There were a couple at the far end.
I like point at the 2 bodies while I'm like while when he steps away, I step in. I roll a 16.
A 16. Okay, you managed to bypass the security system. So normally in Fragged, if you're actually retrying a failed roll, I would give you a cumulative -2 to the roll. But even with a -2, you only need a 14 to pass. So you succeed, despite the captain accidentally triggering additional security measures. And yeah, you can see that it has a bunch of data here on the refugees. It's like basically checking their health, or any of them contaminated and stuff like that. And
what did I just get injected with? Here. That's the real question Tatiana's most concerned with right at this moment.
That will require a biotech roll to understand the data.
That's fine. I'm not even going to try to make that biotech roll. I'm just going to call the doctor, or going to call Growlish over real quick, Growlish knock over real quick, and just point at the screen and be like, hey, what's this?
Make a biotech roll.
Okay.
I will check those bodies, by the way.
Check them real good.
So, that'll be...
Dean, roll 1d6 for me. Tell me if you get a 1 or a 6.
You got a 5, so neither.
Okay. Meg, what did you...
Got 15.
15? Okay. You're checking the data here, and it does look like these systems are collecting a lot of data on the people that were coming through. You think, oh, well, maybe this is wartime, they're being thorough. But it's an unusually large amount of assessment. And you can find that what your companion was injected with is not on the system. You think there's probably some other system that could tell you that, but it's being purposefully omitted from this one.
Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah. In fact, there's a couple of features of some of these arms that aren't being on here.
And I suppose in response to Tatiana's inquiry, thorough examination, lots of data. But were you injected?
Yeah, that's why. Is this not? Yes.
That's unfortunate. and they sort of look to the side and look back at you, and they try to offer you a smile. It's a gaping maw.
An awkward, tooth-filled giant smile.
A rictus of a grin.
That's
Great.
I feel like making you make a resolve roll, but we are, yeah.
Cool. So there's a bunch of dead people in the other room. I probably can't do anything about the meltdown, but we should probably move quickly now for 2 reasons for some of us.
Okay, Dean, so you check the bodies and you only find a low clearance card. That gives you access to the doors that have already been forced open. You think that they would give you basic access to the computer systems in this room.
Okay.
And they don't even give clearance to the door at the far end. So you think the people tried to flee through the door and the card didn't work and people didn't let them through with a couple of crew members here.
Between the employee negligence and the data collection, I didn't know that Meta got into spaceships.
Is the locked door at the end? Does it have to have a passcode, or is there a computer access point?
Having a look at it, it looks to be a door to a security station, so it will need to be hacked.
I will try to hack it.
Okay, give me a computer's roll. This is not very difficult.
So that is 17.
Okay, I'm going to say from now on, for the remainder of the session, you can automatically access any low and medium security areas without making a roll.
Okay.
Since you've got a card and you basically update the clearance on the card.
Okay.
And use that to access through. Okay, you push the door open and you can see that there is a security chamber in here. Just move your character here. And there looks to be a armory, but the armory has been emptied. And there's a computer terminal over here that is just starting to now boot up and the lights turn on just as you enter the room.
Great. More power drain is exactly what we need at this moment.
Okay.
That's a stable power source.
And there's another door here. And you can access to that one. And I'll just tell you what that is. That looks to be like a overnight sleep chamber for the security.
Cool. And I'm gonna look at the security station. And specifically I'm looking for camera feeds specifically.
Cool. Okay, so you wait there. It's still booting up. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that's what Tatiana's up to. Dean, what are you doing?
Let's see. Well, shot in the dark, maybe he can get a better card. He'll head over to the employee area there and see if he can find anything room that might be useful. Maybe any notes or any paperwork. Well, I mean, not paperwork, but any information he can get while he's in there.
Okay, so checking around the area won't make you make a roll. It looks like the Legion got in here and have removed all the weapons and stuff like that. You do find a couple more bodies in the toilet at the other end of the room. It looks like they were just trying to get out and the Legion got them. But it looks like they actually surrendered and the Legion executed them. The crew to this ship look to be what you've seen so far, all Kaltorans. But they're in nice, proper, clean uniform sort of things. Yeah. They're Kaltorans from another age, a lot less grubby than the current variant. No.
I'm not going to do it, but it would almost be tempting to take some of those nicer clothes.
They are pretty old, though, so as soon as you sort of grab them, they're kind of crusty and, fragile.
All right.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so you check there, but there's really not much here. Megs, what are you up to? The ship gives another violent shake and you hear something pop below you, like under the floor.
And I think the popping underneath the floor probably catches Galishnak by surprise. And they sort of like flare up and they flail their tentacles and they say, "Excuse me. Elevator summoned. Please go."
Just one moment.
Okay, so the computer system in the security terminal has finished booting up. Do you wish to wait around for Tatiana to hack the security terminal, or who wants to hop on the elevator, or who wants to explore the other room? Let me know what you're up to. We'll start with Meg. What are you doing?
I think, frustrated with the lack of movement toward the elevator, Galishnak is going to move back toward that other room that Tatiana flagged before, and see what's going on in there.
You're going to head there.
Yep.
Dean, what are you up to?
Let's see. I'm gonna bring out the map. Here we go. I think what he's going to do is just to cover their entrance. He's going to stand by the elevator, just to kind of, like I said, cover their entrance until they're ready to head up to the next floor.
Okay, so you're going to head over to the elevator and just sort of stand there. Okay, so we'll push forward just a little bit. So Megs, you explore this. Are you going to explore this room?
Yep, seems like a fun idea.
Give me an awareness roll.
Okay. That's not great. So that'll be 5 plus 3. That's an 8, and then it's a 6.
That's 6.
I see nothing.
Okay, so you float around here, but the only thing that you do find, just simply because you can't miss it, in the kitchen you find a body of a legion, fully decked up in big red armor, with a large kitchen knife stabbed in through the plates. It looks like the refugees actually did a bit of a final stand here and managed to kill one of the legion.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the legion's weapons missing, and its equivalent of dog tags, which is like a little clip on the shoulder, have also been removed, most likely by the legion's companions. Okay, but looking around here, you don't find much more than like a couple of more toilets and like a little laundry area and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's cramped living conditions, but you could fit a number of refugees here for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So while that's going on, Tony, so you've the security system has booted up, and there's little login system here. You wish to give me a computer's roll to hack this system?
Sure.
Cool.
Assuming medium pass card does it not give me
not
access?
Not quite.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a really good roll. I guess I will make this quick. So I've got 19.
19. Okay, so you basically beep boop, update your card again to now high clearance level. Okay, and you turn it on, and you can see security footage starts appearing. Ding, 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 as like the default screen. And a couple of screens, the different rooms on this level start to appear. You can see where you guys first entered, the drop ship, and things like that. There are a number of also cameras to the second level, but they're not turned on. You think it's because, like, when you move in, like, the motion sensors sort of activate rooms.
That's fine. Is there?
And there's just like a little no signal, bip bip.
That's right. Is there recorded footage?
You have a look through the recorded footage, and as you're like accessing it, it looks like it's been removed. Like, it's sort of like recorded footage records after a while, but then it just sort of,
no, that's like fine. There is some type of recorded footage though. There's just
you're getting bits and pieces, but not for the second level.
That's not anything for all of the second level has been removed.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because even if it was old, that would have been helpful.
But do you think you could get some for the first level if you wanted to?
No, I mean, like I've seen everything on the first level, so I'm not super interested. I was trying to get a little bit of a sense of the layout down below.
You think if once you start moving around the second level, it'll like turn the cameras on and the lights
No,
on?
I know. I was trying to just figure out if there's if I could essentially quickly map key locations by looking at old footage.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'll go stand by the elevator and say, say, Growlish, are you coming or not?
I think over the little comms pad or panel, you just hear a series of growls.
Cool. Okay, you guys step into the elevator as the ship gives another violent shake, and all of the power systems turn off and reset again as the lights start flickering back on. You step into the elevator and go beep and just swoosh up to the second floor in a moment. And as you get to the second floor, you are greeted by the most unexpected sight. In front of you, I'm just going to put you so you can see. In front of you is a beautiful white laboratory. Off to the left is a bunch of labs with equipment, and you can see Kaltorans walking around in nice white lab uniforms. In front of you, a partially surprised Kaltoran female here, holding up a holographic sort of like a checklist thing, and looks like she was working on it, looks up at you with a slightly surprised look on her face. And she takes a step towards you. Okay. Tony, what do you do?
I take something small out of my pocket and throw it at them.
Hey, cool. You pick up we'll say like a pen or something like that. You pull up a pen and you throw it, and it bounces like it's sort of, I don't know, like it's a long throw, but we'll presume you sort of hit her foot or something like that. And she looks down at it, slightly surprised, takes another couple of steps towards you, and looks like she's building up speed, like she's like slightly sort of serious look on her face now. Okay, Dean, what do you do?
Their traditional Kaltaran way of greeting, because I think you would do that.
Okay, make a culture roll because you're trying to interact with someone from a different Kaltoran culture.
Cool. That's plus nothing. So we'll see how this works out. Not bad so far. 6, 3, 1. Reroll the 1. Another 6. Roll the 3 then, and that's 18. So 6 on each dice.
3 6s did you get?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You managed to recall back from a great grandparent of yours of a more like sort of pre-war way of speaking, and you basically put on ye old Kaltoran and like say hello. Okay. And she still doesn't say anything, and because you rolled 3 6s, like something's up, something's weird about this. Not only should this be an impossible situation, but it's she didn't respond. Megs, what are you up to?
I think
after you, she's going to be right up to your face.
Okay, we don't want that. Very rude. I think Grelishnak, having seen this laboratory and everything so pristine and pretty, and everything all laid out, Grelishnak, in all of their culture, is just going to lose it and start like clamoring all over everything, just wanting to touch everything. Because
you're going to basically walk out past.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Oddly enough, as you walk out, the Kaltoran doesn't seem to be looking at you. But sort of bypasses you, and as you this would be normally if we were in person. I would say, okay, come with me to a separate room, and we do a little private GM thing. Yeah, I'm not going to do that at the moment.
You can just Discord message all those secrets over if we need to.
Oh no, that takes too long. I'll type it up. Okay. As your companion walks out, so I'm just going to pause Megs for a moment. And this is like when you do the whole, and just talking to Dean and Tony. As Gralishnak walks out, all of a sudden, they disappear after a few meters. Tony, what do you do? The Kaltoran is like right in front of you. Quickly, what do you do?
What are you doing?
You hesitate.
No,
Dean,
I literally like I look around her and I go, "What are you doing?"
Okay, Dean, what do you do?
So you said the Kaltoran that I was talking to disappeared. Is that correct? Or did I mishear you?
Your Nephilim companion disappeared. The Kaltoran is like a couple of meters away from the front of the elevator and is like almost right up to you.
I think I'm going to repeat in a very slight mention to what Tatiana said. What did you do to our Nephilim friend?
Okay, cool. Going to 1 second. Okay. All of a sudden, as the Kaltoran woman gets up right in front of you, Dean, you feel a sharp pain in your chest. And Tony, you see a bunch of large claws stab out the back of your captain through the back of his trench coat as he's lifted up into the air. Megs,
it's been fun.
As you pass the Kaltoran, you're heading towards the lab. All of a sudden, the room peels away and shows its true nature. And you try to yell back to your companions, but they don't appear to be able to hear you. Okay. Tony, what do you do?
And what I saw was this thing, the doctor kind of walk up to him, and then I saw claws erupt through his chest. Is that correct?
Through the back of your captain.
Through the back of my captain. My ex-captain. And has he been lifted off the ground?
Yes.
Oh, then I fire my machine gun beneath his feet.
Okay. Your captain is pushed back, and I'm going to move you to the next level, the next map. Okay. Through the door, as the Kaltoran woman steps through the elevator door, you see a sort of peeling away of reality, and this gigantic Nephilim beast is there, holding your captain up in like giant claws, and is pushing the captain towards the back of the elevator. Beggs, you see as you step through into the room, reality sort of flickers away, and you see a bunch of what were previously just sort of office cubicles turn into cages. And all of the cages have bars bent inwards, except for one particularly large one, which has some bars bent outwards. And the lab equipment was here, but it's now old and it's sort of broken and splayed around the place a bit. And the room is like the lights are flickering and stuff like that. Okay. And you saw the big Nephilim creature just ignored you completely and went straight for your companions. Okay. Dean, give me a resolve roll.
Okay. Let's see here. Nothing. So let's roll. Okay, roll a 6, 1, and 3. So I'll re-roll the 1. So that's 9, 12 total. 12.
12 total?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You manage to just sort of you don't hold it together and you start to panic a little bit. Okay, as you're lifted up into the air and just the shock surprises you. So I'm going to say that you're not able to act. Tony, what do you wish to do?
I was already.
Oh, actually, yeah. Give me a resolve roll too. Actually.
Okay.
Right.
That is a 13. Wait, what am I? Its resolve is
resolve. Yep. And Megs, can you give me an awareness roll?
12.
12. Okay, and what did you get, Megs?
All right, 6, 2, and a 3. So that'll come up to 11. 9.
Do you want to re-roll that 2 with your 6?
Yeah, let's give that a shot. That's worse.
Oh, no.
Just not good. Yeah, no, that's an 8 now.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to say the creature barges in through the doorway and pins the captain to the back of the elevator. Okay. Tony, what do you wish to do?
I already last time said I wanted to take out my small machine gun and start shooting.
And start shooting at it? Okay, so you're going to
I was shooting under the captain as this happened, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Dean, what do you wish to do?
I'm going to take my Gauss pistols here and unload them onto the Nephilim attacking me.
Cool. Okay, so you're going to fire and fire. Megs, you can start seeing your companions like shooting their weapons and stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Looking back, kind of shocked and disappointed that the lab isn't more shiny and new. Saying, "Oh no, rude, very rude, very rude, very rude," and they're just gonna like dash, scramble as quickly as I can back over to this thing and try and restrain it with their many arms.
Cool. Okay. So I'm going to say that Megs, you get to go first. So for this combat, Dean, I'm going to say that you start with 0 endurance.
Ooh.
Okay, from the shock and being stabbed and stuff like that. Megs, give me a physical roll to try to tackle.
Okay, so that's a 5, a 5, and a 2, so that's a 12 and 14.
14?
Plus physical, yep.
Okay, a 14 is successful. So you manage to suppress yourself and it. So both of you perform one less action next turn. I'm going to say that covers a surprise round, and then we're going to start turn 1. So Tony, what do you wish to do? Do you wish to shoot it or?
Yes.
Go for it. Okay, give me an attack roll.
So that is going to be 14 plus 1, 15.
Yes, that hits.
All right, so I have an antimatter small machine gun. I have a combo called alt fire. Does that mean when using those, I do both of them?
So it means you can sort of pick your fire mode.
Okay.
So you've only got limited attacks with the alt fire mode.
Right.
But we're just going to play it a bit fast and loose with this one. So I presume you're attacking with your antimatter. That's 4 dice. Yep. Okay. You hit it. How much endurance damage do you deal?
16.
Sorry. You can see the stats on your weapon. It's got end damage.
Oh, endurance here, 5.
5. Okay, cool. You fire into it. Did you roll any 6s?
I did not.
Okay, cool. Your shots just bounce off its sort of white, armored sort of carapacey armor. So it's like a ting, 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 and bounces off. Your second action, what do you wish to do?
I guess I'm going to keep on firing.
Okay, go for it.
And that's a, well, I guess I can reroll 1. And so that's going to be a 13.
13?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that misses it.
Okay.
This thing is surprisingly fast for its size, and it sort of manages to move to the side a little bit, and you hit the back of the elevator in the cramped location. Okay, Dean, what are you up to? You're currently pinned, so you can't move.
I'm going to shoot at it with my Gauss pistols.
Okay, go for it.
So it'll be the 3d6 plus my small arms. Is that correct?
So your dual Gauss pistols are 5d6 plus 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 5d6. Great. Let's see. Got a 5, 3, 6, 1, and 4. I'll reroll the 1.
You may not want to spend the 6 on re-rolling the 1.
Oh, okay.
What did you get total to start off with?
Well, with the 1, 5, 11, 14, 19 plus the 3, which would be 22.
Well, that easily hits. How much endurance damage do you deal?
The pistol does endurance 4.
Okay, and how many 6s did you roll?
5d6.
Oh, sorry, 6s, like total. Like, did any of them land up a 6?
1 6. Excuse me.
Okay, so you can either try to do a critical hit on this thing, but your pistols are pretty low crit damage. But you also have access to another strong hit option called Perseverance, which gives somebody a free recovery. So on your character sheet, if you look under strong hits, can you see Perseverance?
Okay. And remind me what the recovery does.
So that lets somebody recover some endurance damage. So you can actually trigger that on yourself.
So like if you had been stabbed in the guts and pinned against the wall of an elevator, you could trigger it.
I would normally give this to someone else, but considering I'm at 0, I think I'm going to go ahead and do that on myself.
Okay, so your recovery is 5, so you heal 5 endurance damage.
Ooh.
Cool. Okay, that was your first action, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, the second action, what do you do? And keep in mind, you've got your pistols and you've got a grenade as well. Although a grenade in an elevator may not be too pretty.
Not good. Yeah. I'm going to fire on them. I'm going to attack again with my pistols.
Okay, go for it.
Let's see. 9, 10, 12, 18.
18 is easily hit. So that was another 4 endurance damage.
Okay, and then I rolled 1 6, so I would like to recover a bit more.
Oh, you can add Perseverance on yourself again. Okay, cool. So that was Tony, and we're back to Megs. Okay, so Megs, you've wrapped your tentacles around this thing, and you're sort of slowing it, but this thing is so strong, you think it could pull you with it. And your character's like, because you're like a clever planning character, you're realizing a couple of things. One is, this thing is in a really, really good location if it's getting attacked by small arms and it's in a constrained elevator, because it's big and spiky, and this is not a good spot to be. So you have one action. What do you wish to do?
I mean, I could detach, but you know what? We're here. Acid spit. Let's go.
Okay, go for it. Make your attack roll. So 3d.
Ooh, that is really not good. Can I burn that second grit
Yes,
to reroll? All right, let's go. Yes, that's what we like to see. Okay, we've got a 5, a 5, and a 6.
Oh, okay. So I'm presuming you're going to hit it. So what was your total to hit, just for the sake of it?
Total to hit. So 5, 5, 6, and
plus 2.
Plus 2. Yep. So yeah, that'll be 18.
Easily hit it. How much ends damage do you do? So endurance damage.
And that'll be 4.
Okay, and you rolled a 6.
Yep.
So you could do a critical hit if you want.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So to do that, how much crit damage do you deal?
Let's see. That'll be 4.
Okay, and it's got 3 armor, so that'll reduce it down to 1. So roll a d6 to see what attribute you hurt of it.
Okay. 4.
4. Okay. You stab it in the focus, which is basically you like spit it in the eye. And your acid hits it in the eye, and it hisses as it's like its sort of left eye starts going droopy as the sort of the green goop goes down its side.
Yeah. I think Gralishnok hisses in its face. Rude.
Okay. So you only get 1 action because you're suppressed. Okay, its go. So it is suppressed. but it is what we call a nemesis NPC. So it normally gets 3 actions per turn. Okay. And normally a nemesis is actually immune to the first suppress that it gets each turn as well. But for this game, I'm going to allow it. Okay. So it's there. It is not liking you because you spat at it and you've tackled it. Okay. So it is actually going to make its own physical roll to throw you to the side. It doesn't like that. It's going to spend its own grit points to re-roll that. Okay. Re-roll the 2. Okay. It rolled an 18. What's the strength of your character?
Having a look. That'd be a strength of 3.
3. Okay. It's got 6 strength.
Okay.
So it is going to push you back 3 spots as it spins to the side and tackles you and just goes whack and sends you flying back into the room. Okay. And it hisses at you, but it's like this real guttural, barely audible. You think it's like a mangled version of a Nephilim saying traitor.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So we're not friends. That's a bit sad.
And then it's going to spend its final action to attack the captain. Okay. It's going to spend a grit point to re-roll that. And its final grit point. Okay, does 13 hit your defense?
Let's see here. Defense is 14.
14. Okay. It goes to bite your head off, but you manage to duck despite being stabbed through the back wall, and it ends up headbutting the back of the elevator, putting a giant kink in the metal. And as it does that, and from like sort of attacking your friend, it pulls its claws out, and you drop to the ground. You can now move, but you can just see blood everywhere. You now start to bleed. Okay.
Tanya goes, oh no.
Okay, next turn. Tony, what are you up to?
I have a question because I think I may have been doing this wrong. Since I have 4 hit dice on my small machine gun, should I have been rolling 4 dice?
Yes, you should have been rolling 4
I was
dice.
not before that.
And if we were using the full rules, which I'm happy to implement now if you'd like, would sort of like bring in some extra stuff, is all of your weapons have 3 munition points.
Okay.
And you can spend one of these to add a d6 to your attack roll.
Okay.
Your SMG has a special thing called munition boost, plus 1d6. So if you spend at least 1 munition point, you gain an additional dice.
Cool. That's fine. I was just rolling 3d6 because like a skill roll, not the 4d6.
Oh yeah. No. So normally more dice for more bullets.
That's fine. No, that totally. When I was looking at it again, I was like, oh wait, I don't think I'm doing this right. That's why I asked. So perfect.
Yeah. No, that's we're just doing fast and loose with the rules and stuff like that. Yeah.
I shoot at it.
Okay. So roll 6d6 this time. We'll presume you're spending a munition point.
Okay. So that is 23.
Easily hit. It's got 14 defense. How much endurance damage do you deal?
I do 5.
Okay, 5. Okay. Cool. Okay, did you roll any 6s?
I rolled 2 6s.
Unfortunately, your critical hits from your weapon are not going to be enough to get through its armor.
That's fine.
With your SMGs. Yep. Cool. But the way that the system works too, just so you know, when you get to 0 endurance on the enemy, you get an automatic critical hit, and you can start to spend those 6s on a thing called critical boost, which increases your crit damage by 1. This is how small arms fire can actually get through heavily armored targets.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Your second action, what do you wish to do? Keep in mind, you've got alt fire mode as well.
Yeah, so explain. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So tell me about alt fire mode and how that would work.
Okay, so it's basically like, imagine like the computer game where you're right-clicking with a weapon instead. Right. So you're doing like a big, powerful shot. So for this one, you would just roll 3d6, and it costs a munition to use. so you're only going to get three uses of it.
Okay.
But it's got a crit damage of 5, which is 2 more than your pistols. It's like heavy weapons sort of damage.
Okay. So it's this is the bigger hit but less shots.
Yeah.
Version. And so I rolled 14 exactly.
Okay, that hits. How much endurance damage does this?
There's 4, and I had 1
Okay.
6.
Okay, so you can do a critical hit. So roll a d6 to see what you hit.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, so it's got 3 armor and you dealt 5 damage, so it takes down to 2. So you deal 2 damage to its grit. As you fire at it, you hit it in the back of the head. Okay, and so basically, just as it headbutted the back wall, it pulled its head back, and you shot it and hit it in the back of the head again, and it headbutts the back of the wall again, and it's all dizzy and it starts wobbling a bit, and it moves to the side as it's slightly disorientated.
Cool.
Okay, so that's your actions. Dean, your go. Roll a d6 because you're bleeding.
Okay.
And you're going to lose 1 attribute point.
I got a 3.
Okay, so you lose 1 damage to your mobility.
Oof. Okay.
Yep. Okay.
Down to 2.
What are you doing?
I was gonna get out of the elevator. Sounds like a good idea. And just so he can buy some time and use some of that liquid to heal himself, he's gonna hit the down button on the elevator.
Okay, so firstly, you'll need to move up to the control panel. So what's your mobility now, even with the damage?
With the 1 to my mobility, it is a 2. So
2?
Yeah.
Let me just check. Yes, it is.
No.
So you can only move to there because you're sort of hobbling from the pain.
Right, and I wouldn't trap Tatiana.
That's okay. I wasn't too thrilled with your let's send Tatiana and this monster to the other level plan.
Okay. What do you wish to do with your second action?
I'll fire upon it.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay. Oh. Let's see. 11, 13, 14, 15, 18.
18. Easily hit. How much endurance damage?
The pistol does endurance of 4.
4. Cool. Okay. Because we're adding some layers to the complexity now. Your character has an aura. That's what that little green thing is around you. And all allies gain +2 hit and end damage.
Cool.
Okay. So I'm going to presume that was in effect while all of your friends were shooting. I was kind of adding that in. Yep. Cool. Okay.
I guess
Tony.
I also give +1 hit and end damage to everybody also too.
That's for targets that are locked on, I believe.
How does that work?
So when Gralish Knack does the clever plan, that locks onto people.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. So you have 2 actions. What do you wish to do?
As since some people are making their way to the door, I'm gonna make my way to the door also too. If I move here, can I shoot at the thing still and not have to worry about?
Yep. Yeah. I've got to be pretty fast and loose with that.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot. I'll use my. I'll use another munition and use my my alt fire mode again.
Okay, go for it.
That's a 14.
Yes, that hits. And your captain also gives you a +2 bonus.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I do 4 end damage normally. Oh wait, no, 5 end damage normally with that.
So that'll be 7. With the captain's boost.
Nope, I was wrong. The wrong weapon. 6
okay.
end damage total. With the
Okay,
boost.
yeah. Cool. Okay, you let off another shot. Did you get any 6s?
I did not.
Okay, cool. Your shot sort of bounces like off its scaly hull and reflects into the side of the elevator, putting a like head-sized hole of like antimatter starts melting away the metal. Okay. It's go. Yeah. It turns and growls. Meg, you know it says food. Oh wait, did I skip your go, Meg?
I think so.
Yes, I did. Almost. Okay. It turns and growls food. Your go.
Okay. All right. Cool. Recognizing that we're not in a fantastic space, Rylishnuk is going to move up next to their companion, so they've got line of sight of this creature.
Yep.
And they're going to use Clever Plan. See if there's something more that we can do here.
Go for it. 3D one.
Okay, so that's Okay, that's a 14.
Hit. Okay, so who are you giving your endurance damage boost to?
I'm going to give that to our captain because they're having a bit of a time.
Okay, so captain's going to deal +4 endurance damage on your next attack. And did you roll any 4, 5s, or 6s?
2 4s and a 6.
Okay, so you have 3 uses of advise. So you can grant 2 movement to people and strong hit. So the movement you can give multiple times, but the strong hit +1 part of the effect doesn't stack. So, so if you want, you can move the captain out of the elevator.
Yeah, that seems like a fun thing. Let's do that.
Okay, so I presume 2 uses given to Dean. So Dean, do you wish to exit the elevator?
Yes, I do.
So it's normal 1 movement here, and difficult terrain where your companions are. So 2, 3, 4. I'm going to presume you move to there. Is that all right?
That's gravy.
Okay.
That's great.
And your next attack gains strong hit +1.
Great.
Okay. And I presume you're going to give the other advice to Tony, Megs? Okay.
That's
so
right.
Tony, you can move 2 if you want to, and your next attack gains a strong hit boost.
Cool.
Okay.
I don't know that I want to move to. I want to hit the button on the elevator.
Okay. The monsters go. It moves here. Okay. And it is going to go. It is going to attack you, Meg. Okay.
Cool.
And it growls. Brethren, still food.
All right.
Okay. First attack. Does a 12 hit you? Your defense.
Yep.
That does hit you. Okay. You suffer 6 endurance damage.
Oof. Rude.
Okay. It rolled no 6s though. Its second attack. The same. 6 endurance damage.
Okay.
And then its third attack. It is just going for you.
Yep.
Okay. Stab, 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 stab. Okay. Take another 6 endurance damage.
Oof. Yeah, we could have been friends.
It rolled a critical hit.
Ah.
And it's going to spend that. So what is the armor of your character?
The armor of my character is 3.
Okay, so this attack is going to do 5 crit damage, so minus your armor. So it deals 2 damage to your strength.
Okay, ouch.
Okay, as it stabs the upper part of one of your tentacles. Okay, cool. Back to the top. I believe Tony, your go.
Yes, except I'm pretty sure that you were about to do the monster, then we realized that Meg had not gone. Did it go? It did the crit attack. I don't know what I'm thinking. The monster just keeps on not attacking me, so I keep on forgetting that it's gone. I'm not complaining, I promise. I hit the elevator button.
Sure.
It's great. Love that idea.
Okay. You hit the elevator button, and the door goes to close. Roll a d6. This is just a luck dice. 1 is bad, 6 is good.
So I rolled a 4.
Okay, cool. The elevator goes ding, and it goes whoosh, and it's gone.
All right, we got like 2 minutes.
Okay. Large billowing bits of black smoke are coming out of the rear of the ship. I'm just going to push through this section just a little bit. Looking at the second floor, you sort of start to explore, and you can see that there is a hologram above your heads, like a holographic projector in the roof. And if you destroy that, it sort of stops the fake projection of what's going on in this secret laboratory. To the rear of the ship is the reactor, and I presume you guys are just going to make some skill rolls on it. You can't save the ship. At the front of the ship are rooms for the crew of the ship. Looking at the maps and exploring this area, you get a sense that there is another secret level to the ship where the bridge is.
What?
Okay. GM hint. Look at the 2 maps that I've given you. Let me know if you struggle to bring those up. Because, yeah. Normally, if this was like around a table, I would hand you 2 bits of paper.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Well, before I proceed, can I use some of that liquid to like satirize? Not sort of.
Oh yes, it's true.
Reactor
Okay,
room.
yep. Sorry about that. I missed that. To end the combat, somebody can attempt a first aid roll. So this will be Meg's. So you just need to make a medicine roll and get a 12.
All right. Okay. Cute. Should be fine. Say that now. Say that now. Yeah. No. So I assume due to being literally ripped to shreds, Growlishnut is not doing very well. So that's a total of a 9.
A 9. Okay. You failed at your first aid roll. So normally what first aid would do would heal 2 attribute damage to everybody in the party. Anything that's not healed from this sort of becomes locked in. And you need to spend some of your downtime using a system called with spare time points to actually heal yourself.
Mhm.
And those spare time points are normally used for like buying trade goods or getting gear. So you actually have to spend those to heal yourself. But we're going to presume that you can stop the bleeding because that's not so difficult to do.
Mhm.
But that damage that you guys have suffered has now been locked in.
Mhm.
Cool. Okay. How do you wish to go and try and find access to the secret 3rd floor? Talk amongst yourselves.
Let's see.
Can all of you access the 2 handouts that I've given you?
Yes.
I
I also asked chat to help us cheat, and they don't know either.
What? Back off, chat.
Whoever said, good question, no idea.
While y'all are chatting, I want to make an engineering roll.
So what are you trying to accomplish?
I'm trying to accomplish looking at. So I have the map we downloaded.
Yep.
We have I've had a kind of a look at the computer and security system. So I'm trying to take that combined knowledge, and think about where my character might assume, like where they might be looking for structural inconsistencies that suggest.
Okay. So I'm going to say that with that knowledge, you can succeed in knowing there is a 3rd floor, but the only way to succeed in finding it is trying to point to the map and saying where you're looking. You won't be able to solve this one with a skill roll. Also, you have the problem that there is a monster raging around the lower level, which is blocking your access back to your ship.
Yeah, that's another problem. That's a problem for later us. And I guess as we look around this floor, do we get any is there any additional detail on the map?
There's nothing.
So we're in this big laboratory area right now. We've just come out of it. As we go look up to the back towards I'm going to say the back because it's the opposite of the direction we came from.
The back area
yeah.
Of this floor is the engineering bay with a reactor.
Okay. And that's smoking.
So on the map, that's the top section.
Okay, cool. And if I go 4, where there's the different rooms, what do I see in those?
They look to be crew quarters.
Okay.
Yep.
If there is an access point on this level, I would assume it was an engineering. But what I, as a player, actually think is that it's probably not on this level. It would make more sense if there wasn't just the elevator going straight down, for the access point to be somewhere from the bunk room and kitchen area, because there are empty spaces there that would allow you to have another elevator going down potentially. Can I point at the sepia waterfall image that was in the bunk room on the top on the map?
That's towards the back of the ship on the first floor.
Yeah.
So that would be directly under the engineering area. Would be.
Oh, we're up from here. There.
Yeah, you're up. Yeah. So if you open up both maps, you can sort of roughly see where the elevators line up.
That's fine. I think I was thinking that it came forward more. Does that make sense? I don't think I was matching them up to 1-to-1. I was looking at kind of those two empty sections right here and wondering if there was a way down there. But what you're telling me is my character doesn't think that's the case. It sounds
Yeah, so you're sort of looking around the back engineering area.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Megs, where do you think it could be?
All right. So let's see. We've got a few places we can check out here. There's a door near to where we are. Is that right?
It's really hard to point at the map, isn't it?
It's all right. I've just pinged it.
Wait, let me just close these. Oh yeah, that back door that leads back to the reactor.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Right. Do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah,
for now?
back to me.
Cool.
For now.
Dean, did you have any thoughts on where you could look?
Possibly. Looks like there is maybe a gap. Yeah. Directly in front of our characters, the wall in front of us, there's a gap between the two maps. There's one where it cuts into a corner on the second floor, but then there's actually a presence on the first floor, unless I'm reading this wrong.
Yep. Could you ping on the map just to make sure I'm looking at the exact right spot?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I haven't used Roll20 in a while. There we go.
Right. If you just hold down the mouse, I think it does the ping. Yep. Yep. Cool. Okay. So you're going to go have a look at that wall. Megs is not sure, so I'm going to say, Megs, you probably want to have a look at the lab equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So give me a biotech roll. Dean, give me either an awareness or a mechanics roll. And Tony, you were going to have a look in the reactor or the crew quarters. Is this correct?
I'm gonna look in the reactor as compared because I'm not going back up through where the thing is right now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go look in the reactor area where I think it does not perfectly overlap with where the crew quarters are.
Yeah. Okay. So give me an awareness or a mechanics roll for that. Okay, Megs, how did you go?
13.
Oh, sorry, I missed that.
13.
13? Okay, you're looking around the various lab equipment and you can find, centrifuges and stuff that probably used to go bing, okay, and things like that. And you do find like a couple of bits of stuff, like some lab equipment that could actually be a bit valuable if you took it with you. But the one thing that you find of particular interest is a large metal box that's actually connected to the back wall and one of the benches. And it's sort of up like this with a clear, transparent steel front. And inside that is a couple of levels, and in there is vials with barcodes on it. Okay. It's some sort of like sample storage device. It looks promising.
Cool. That's helpful. I think that what this looks like is Scarlet like pulling through things and occasionally finding the odd piece of lab equipment and like stuffing it away. And then they see the box and they flail and hit some things. I think I found something.
Okay.
I found something.
So everybody's probably going to be busy doing their own thing. How do you wish to approach this box? It is actually locked. You could call someone over if you wanted to, but that will distract them from their search.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna try and get it open.
Okay, so I'm going to say computers roll to hack it, mechanics roll to break it, or maybe an electronics roll to sort of hotwire it.
Okay.
Or like there's basically, you can see there's an area like to access this. It's not a keypad. There's a card insertion and some sort of like a palm reader.
Okay. Well, I don't have palms. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I'll try.
GM hint: you are carrying something that could help you with this palm reader.
Yeah.
I can come back to you if you want, by the way.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, let's use a thing carrying that can help.
Okay. Do you know what that is?
In the extra equipment.
Yep. It's one of the objects that you're carrying.
Yep. All right. Cool. Hand palm.
Okay. I will come back to you, Meg, while you think about this problem. Okay. Tony, what did you get for your roll, and what skill did you roll?
I think you said I could use mechanics or awareness, so I used mechanics.
Yep. Okay.
And I got a 16, which is flat roll.
Okay, so you're looking around there, and it is really hot looking at this reactor. This is a fusion reactor, and it's melting down, and it is really, really stinking hot in here. And you're checking around different access ports and having a look at this thing, but you're not finding anything that you think that would give you access to a third level. Okay? But you're pretty damn sure that this thing's about to go boom, and you don't have access back to your ship particularly easily.
That's true.
Okay, that's be something to think about. Okay, Dean, what did you roll?
Well, I rolled a very amazing 11. This was.
Do you wish to spend a grit point on this? You do have a bunch, your character. You're very lucky.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Because otherwise that's terrible. Let's re-roll. That's subsequently better. I got 15, and I can go ahead and I got one of them's a 6, so I'll re-roll the 4 to see if I can get something better.
Your choice.
I got another 4, so yeah, 15 either way.
Okay, so 15, and that was awareness, was it? Is that your total?
Oh, excuse me, I forgot to add the bonus. So 18. My apologies.
Okay, cool. You use your keen Kaltoran senses, and you'll start looking around this back wall, and you feel a very slight groove around it, which you think would normally actually be covered by the holographic projector behind which you guys removed. and you find a metal plate that you can slide up, and there's a key card that you can pop in there. Okay.
Well, let's slide that up and try the key card I have currently. I mean, I doubt
Okay.
it'd work.
The low access key card that you have won't work. The one that Tony's got might work though. It goes beep beep.
It sure is hot back there. Do you want to use my much better key card?
Hey, Tatiana, toss me your much better key card, or come over and place it in yourself.
Okay.
Professor Panel.
Tatiana comes out and she's just like covered in sweat, you know, from looking around all the crevices of the reactor, and hands you the key card. And you insert the key card, and a door opens up, revealing a secret elevator. You can call this elevator, and it just pops up from the lower level to where you are.
We go down unless this is Grolishnack's chance to get back at us for like taking too long earlier.
Okay. So who is entering the elevator?
I will.
Okay, you two. Megs, you haven't managed to access this metal box thing at the moment, but your friends have found an elevator. Do you wish to stay here with a metal box of valuable samples, or go with your friends in the elevator?
I mean, I think it's a bit of a toss up. They look frustrated.
Okay. As you're thinking this, you notice something. On the side of the box is a button labeled Incinerate.
That doesn't seem great. We want the samples. But yeah, gonna leave that alone. And I suppose begrudgingly flail a bit and then go back to the companions.
Okay, cool. You scurry back to the elevator, and as you guys enter the elevator, you both notice that there is no control panel. But as soon as Grolishnak enters, the elevator closes and swooshes upwards. Give me one moment.
Woo!
There we go.
Okay. In front of you, you can see a large spherical egg-shaped room. The walls are beautiful and ornate as they sort of go up and curve back into the roof. On either side here, you can see large purple curtains hanging down from the roof. To the right here are 6 vats, and in each of them you can see floating in that green bubbly fluid that you found before, Legion soldiers. They're just kind of floating there unconscious in vats full of flesh rejuvenation fluid. At the far end, you can see a particularly large vat, and it's got this sort of transparent metal around the edges of it, and inside is that same green liquid, and you can see something big and black and clawed swirling around inside. And as it senses your approach, it flickers, and a large claw scrapes the inside of the vat. To the left here is a large hologram that is about 12 feet tall of the captain. And she's there up in a regal outfit, but it's kind of flickering a little bit and color distorted. And a panel from the roof shakes free and falls to the ground, smoke trailing behind it. And the holographic captain turns to look at you and says in a cracky digital voice, "Welcome to the Carthage. What brings you here?"
What was the name of the virus again?
The Cormia virus.
We're here to find samples of the Cormia virus.
Why would you be looking for the Cormia virus, young Galtoran?
Wish to have it studied.
To use against your foes, I presume?
I already go with Meg's head nod there, and I'm just gonna say yeah.
This is most unusual. given your Nephilim companion a most unexpected, possibly a servant of some sort?
Grashnak? Oh no, Grashnak's cool. He's good. They're good, excuse me.
Okay. Megs,
yeah.
do you wish to say anything?
I think as this exchange is going on, Grashnak turns around at the insinuation that they're servants, and they sort of like clamor over, "We are not friends."
Why do you travel with the Kaltoran? This is directed to you, Meg.
They flail their tentacles. They have hands. I do not.
I'm looking for the bridge while this is going on.
Okay, so Tony, they're talking, and you can pop around the curtain, and you find bridge right here at the front.
Awesome.
Okay, the hologram is sort of looks slightly confused at your response, Megs, and it goes, I think it's possible you're turning slightly feral. Your mind is fogging, I presume? A most unfortunate fate for one such as yours. Okay.
It's that all dead. Not dead.
Okay. Dean, what are you up to?
Since Tatiana's gone off to explore, I guess he's going to be distracting the AI, hopefully. So yeah, we're needing it for research. Anywhere we can find it. Is it anywhere on the ship?
Oh, sorry, just 1 second. I realized I'd actually put something on the wrong layer. That's the hologram. Sorry. Sorry, Dean, could you repeat that?
Primarily, just he's trying to distract while Tatiana does whatever Tatiana is doing. So, is the virus anywhere on the ship? If so, where can we get it? Where's
the hologram says, "Yes, I have the virus, but I do not think I will give it to you. I think you are not telling me the truth."
It's definitely going to be studied, yeah. And there's no false lies here.
And you're going to use it against your enemies, but yet you travel with a Nephilim.
They're cool.
Speak plainly with me, Kaltoran. And it sort of lifts its voice to be slightly more aggressive. The lights start to dim a little bit and smoke starts coming into the room.
While this is happening, could I be hacking into the...
Make a computer's roll. Oh.
It's I like the ambiance of what you're doing here. This is great.
Okay, make a persuasion roll. Make a persuasion roll, Dean.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. We go persuasion +1.
Let's go for it.
Woo, boy. 662. So that is a 14 plus, let me get a 15, and I can use one of the 6s to re-roll the 2. So let's go ahead and do that. And that is a 5. So that'd be an 18.
Cool. Okay, so you're basically fixated the attention of the hologram on you.
Right.
Okay, so I'm saying that you've maintained its attention. Tony, what did you get?
So I have a 20 on my computer's roll, and I can do it quickly.
Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so you managed to access into the systems, and all of a sudden, screens and data starts appearing, and you can access all of the systems of the ship. And there's, of course, warnings going over everything, like this has failed, this has failed, this has failed. Evacuate, evacuate. What do you wish to do?
Well, 2 things. One is I want to connect my comm device to it so that I can open the bay doors once we're up there.
Yep. So we'll say that you link that through into your
Right.
personal computer.
Great. And I also want to know where this virus is.
Okay. Having a look through the virus, you can see the laboratories on the 2nd floor, and you think that that's probably the most likely the location for it.
Okay.
Yep, is on the 2nd floor.
Almost as if somebody had found a box that had a bunch of samples of something in it.
Yeah, that's possibly where they had it. Okay. Megs, what are you up to during all this?
I think is this AI interface convinced that we're here to take the samples for study, or are they still kind of just not going to give it to you?
They seem to be growing an aggression towards you. They seem dissatisfied with the answers. That your
all right,
captain's
cool.
given.
So I think that Growlishnark is going to sort of like stare forward and flail their tentacles and say, "Study, study. They will study the virus on me.
Okay.
I am here to study."
Okay. Dean, what are you up to?
What they said, we're just, you know, they're part of the experiments, the whole process. You know, they volunteered, so it's not, I wouldn't say inhumane, but it's not, you know, questionably ethical.
The hologram of the captain says, "It was a mistake to create the virus. Such a weapon should die with this ship." And the lights all of a sudden start turning off as power systems are breaking. You hear an explosion in the floor below you. And just as this happens, the lights turn off. And Meg and Dean, both of you, as the lights and everything turn off, all of a sudden you see where the hologram was, the black silhouette of a person. And the person steps off the plinth. It's as shadowy and dark as the lights are off. And the captain, fully alive, turns to you with glowing sort of purple eyes just for a moment and starts to walk away. Okay, Dean, what do you do?
Not really sure how to process. Like, I thought it was a hologram. Apparently, it wasn't.
The
It's
ship is
walking.
shaking violently.
Let's go.
Gee, we gotta go.
Okay, so Tony, you're going to dash towards the elevator. Dean, you guys are all going to dash towards the elevator.
Yeah.
Both Dean and Meg make physical rolls. This will be difficult.
You said
Dean,
physical roll.
you too. Yep.
Okay, double checking. Right. Whoops, hit my camera. Oh boy, that's not good. That would be it. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, what did you get, Meg?
That'll be a 12.
A 12. Dean, what did you get?
I rolled a 6. I would like to, if I have any grit points left, I would very much like to use that.
You'll have to tell me whether you've got enough. You had 5 in total. I know you've used a bunch.
I think I've used 2 so far.
Okay,
so
you make another one.
I'm going to do that.
Yep, this is a difficult roll.
Oh boy. That would be a 10.
Okay. You guys turn to go back around and the elevator door closes before you can get to it. Tony, you had no hope of getting back to the elevator in time.
Oh no, I already ran over there.
Oh, I'm presuming this is all sort of happening at the same thing.
Okay.
And as the shadowy silhouette of the captain steps around behind the back curtain, you see it sort of stoop its head and sort of and turns back to you with a single voice and it says, "I'm sorry. Nobody can be trusted." And with that, the ship explodes. A few moments later, as you guys are stuck in this room. The fat pig gets ripped apart by the shockwave of the fusion reactor, sending out little scraps of the Carthage out into the void of space. Okay. End of session. Okay. Yeah. So I hope you guys had fun. Unfortunately, you were unable to complete your mission at the end. Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm okay with, as a player, with a horrible virus not getting unleashed upon a general populace. You know, like
right.
I generally frown on genocide. We're gonna do a thing called a reaction roll, but I do want to do a check-in. We've been playing for a couple hours. Would anybody like a 5-minute break before we do that? All right. So we are going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back. We're going to do something we call reaction roll, which is sitting down and talking with the creator of a game we played about that game. Today we have been playing Fragged Empire, which is about to go up on Kickstarter for its second edition funding. We're going to come back in just 1 second and talk with the creator, Wade, about our experience playing. We'll be back in just one moment. Hey, thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just one moment. I want to tell you about a couple things that we have coming up on stream right now. It is something called Zine Month within the RPG community. This is a grassroots effort that goes across a number of different funding platforms in order to help small and independent creators create small RPGs. Lots of them are in digital distribution, but most of them are in small 20 to 64 half-page booklets called zines. We'd love to have you check out a number of those projects all month long. We're going to be interviewing creators who make projects that size. In addition to playing with some of those creators and doing interviews, we'll be doing a couple different content roundups. We also have our own project that is currently funding over on GameFound called 13 Hunters. We're going to be doing an actual play of that tomorrow in our science fiction setting through the void. We've got a number of hunters that will be pursuing our party across the Eternus space station. So if you like sci-fi hijinks, come back tomorrow and check that out. You can also check out the project at ttrpg.link/13H. Additionally, we are launching a game jam. So if you're somebody who likes to create or design games, check out the Together We Jam project. It's a chance for you to create third-party content, standalone games, classes, or other items for Down We Go, Through the Void, or DungeonDelvers.tv, which are all Together We Go systems. I'll drop links to all those things in the chat, but we'll be back in just 1 minute to keep on playing Fragged Empire. And we are back for our reaction roll. Reaction roll is a live stream inside of a live stream. It's our chance to sit down with the creator of a game that we just played and talk to them about what our experience was like playing that game and ask them some questions. If you're joining us live, you can also type questions into the chat. If you're watching this later, feel free to type them into the comments wherever you happen to be watching, and we'll make sure that those get to Wade. Today we are playing Fragged Empire with Wade, who is the designer of the game, and we just finished playing I think successfully, even if we all died horribly in an explosion, because we didn't unrelease a genocidal virus on the universe. I think we can always count that as a win.
Moral success.
Definitely. On an optimist ideology, we just saved the universe.
We just saved the universe. I was also going to die of some horrible injection anyways. Wade, for people who aren't familiar with Fragged Empire, tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, but tell us about Fragged Empire.
Oh, cool. You think I'd be good at the elevator pitch by now after doing it for a while, but I'm still not so good at it. So just a bit like what I said at the start of the live stream, just Aussie designer. Been doing this for about 7 or 8 years. Second edition's coming up in Kickstarter. Fragged Empire is a post-apocalyptic sci-fi setting. A big focus on cultural tension, a lot of very interesting species and how they interact and different subcultures within them. And with a tiny little bit of a splash of transhumanism, lots of exploration, a little bit of a lot of that sort of ragtag band of adventurers jumping in a junky spaceship and going around getting into trouble sort of stuff. That's a typical game of Frag. It's a medium crunch game, so it gets a little bit tactical with the combat. I know we went pretty light with that in this session, but there's also rules for like building your own spaceship and all players, like how you manage your downtime and different sort of vocations that you can have and things like that as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I had a blast playing. I'm looking forward to talking about it, but let's meet our other players and hear a little bit more about what they thought. Let's start with Meg. Meg, why don't you tell people who you are, what you do, where they can find you online, but also tell us what it was like to play Fragged Empire.
All right. Thank you very much. Hi. My name is Megan, or RPG_Megs on Twitter and Itch, and I am a big tabletop RPG enthusiast as well as a GM and a player. And in my spare time, I work in the games industry. Fragged Empire, really, really interesting. Loved the cultural tension that was built into the setting and into the module that we played through today. Very cool. Enjoyed Grit, which I had more of it. Loved those dice rolls and having to sort of toss up which was the worst outcome.
Love it. Do you have any questions that you want to ask Wade about the system?
I suppose more from a games design perspective, how many iterations did you work through when pulling together Fragged Empire, and what were some challenges that you faced in terms of refining how it felt in play?
Yeah. So I think I'd probably say this might be Fragged Empire second edition. So originally this started out as a homebrew game way back when with some friends of mine, and we originally used the hero system, which is primarily known for its like building superheroes and point by game, and that thing is high crunch. I grew up playing that, and I actually grew up in an RPG culture where we homebrewed everything. Every game had custom rules and a custom world and all that stuff. And the game hero system was really not good for doing a sci-fi sort of thing that I had in mind. So we edited the hell out of this thing, and that turned into kind of the seed of what would become Fragged. And I did my first edition, which I thought was basically, it was going to be a vanity project. Like I thought, look, I'm really passionate about this. I want to do something more than playing computer games in my spare time. So I made my own RPG. And I thought I'll be an old man. I'll be able to point at that book on the bookshelf and say, I made that when I was younger because I raised $15,000 on Kickstarter. Anyway, we raised about $100,000 and got first edition out and did a bunch of other versions. Now, this is where the iteration thing gets a little bit more interesting, because after I did the first edition of Fragged Empire, I did a bunch of different settings. So I did a pirate setting, and then I did a fantasy setting, and then a gothic horror setting, and then a bunch of other tiny ones in there as well. And I view each of those as me, in a way, exploring what I'd actually made. And I feel like I kind of discovered what worked and what didn't. So as an example, when I made my first edition, I inserted this system with spare time points, which people could spend on how do you spend your downtime, like trading or research or buying stuff, and a way of saying that, like, if you got hurt, well, it actually cost you something to sort of patch yourself up. And it became a lot more popular than what I initially expected. And over the years, I kind of found what worked. And this second edition really was a giant refinement of the game in terms of optimizing the clarity and the ease of use of the rules, and creating more on-ramp for people to get into the game, but at the same time not losing any of its depth. Because I actually think, because this is the holy grail of game design, is accessible and deep. And it's really, really hard to do both. And I think sometimes people think it's just cleverness gets you both of those things. But I think there's also a part of it that just simply requires time, iterations, play testing, just time to cook. And I think that's how I've got to where second edition, it's not just me getting clever. Like, part of it is I am a better game designer now, but a lot of it's just been play tested a lot more. I've done lots of different versions and stretched it to see how the rules fit in different settings and finding out what resonates and what doesn't, what's clunky, what's smooth, what feels fun, and what's awkward. Because I'm aware that Fragged is also not a typical RPG, and that there's a very big trend these days, particularly for indie RPGs, to go rules light. And I get that. I think rules light is great. I am not dissing on that in the lightest, because it's easier just to drop in. It's great for streams. It's and it's just easier to teach the rules. You can get out there quicker. It's easier for people to absorb. Whereas my game is actually occupying a very different space. I'm very unashamedly, this is a game with some crunch. There is a bit of maths there, and I've tried to create a game that is can accommodate all different play styles. I want a table where I can have, I want the person who puts on funny voices. I want the person who loves maths and game design. You know, they're a little bit of a power gamer. They enjoy the max meaning. Okay. And I want the planner, the person who's like, well, I'm going to go the merchant and slowly build up my wealth and make an own personal base. You know, I want the person who just wants to be really weird. Okay. They want to take all the strange options. And my game is something that's attempting to have all of those to come together and to be able to sit at the same table and try to respect them all at the same time. So it's a very ambitious goal. But being a medium crunch game, it actually gives me more cogs and dials to turn to try to achieve that. So, yeah. Hopefully that answers your question. Normally I open the rule book and point to different things I've done and stuff like that, but it's a little harder to do on stream.
Yeah. I really appreciate that thorough answer. And it sounds as though that playtesting and in pushing the system in different directions and putting it in different settings really, really helped you distill what you wanted from that. And you know, as demonstrated on the stream today, it did allow everyone to chip in. Can confirm was the player with the funny voices, but yeah.
Awesome. Meg, do you have more questions? Feel free to toss them up as we get towards the end of the conversation. Also, again, if you're out there watching and you have a question, feel free to type it into the chat. Dean, tell us who you are, what you do, where people can find you online, and what it was like to play Fragged Empire.
All right. Well, as become more transparent as I move on, I'm really bad at selling myself. Technically, I am a game designer like everybody else in this chat. I just don't talk about my game because it's still in beta. I'm a game designer, I'm a video editor, and I do media production primarily. If you want to check out anything I do, I go under the tag @GeekestDean on most social networks. As far as the game goes, this was fun. I like it because I am also working on a medium crunch game, and I like what you have here because it seems very well balanced. No one seemed more talented than the other, and that could be balancing your characters can be a bit of an issue sometimes. And I like what you have. Also, the lore is great. Like, I didn't get to read over the entirety of the campaign setting because I've been busy a lot of the week, but what I have read is I've really liked. I think if I had a few questions, it would be primarily like, what was the idea that came? What made you come up with this idea? Because the idea of a post-apocalypse is interesting. A lot of settings do post-apocalypse or pre-apocalypse, but never like post-recovery of apocalypse. So that was the part I was kind of like I was fascinated by because it's not a medium touched often.
The general way that I work with my world building is I say I'd like to work in thirds. So I like to say a third is very familiar, almost tropey. Okay. A third is kind of like fresh, like an old idea, but maybe a slight new spin. And the third is original. And I find that, so it's not, I know it's not directly answering your question, but I'll get to it. I find that if something is too original, it's often too much for people to consume. Okay, and sometimes they'll take a bite and they'll say, "Oh, that was a bit too chewy," and so they don't take a second bite. But if something's too familiar, then it just feels a bit, I don't know, it's a bit boring. And I find that RPGs in their world building, different to other mediums, I think their primary goal is to provide creative logs for other people's fire. So it's your job as a world builder to create fuel for other stories. And so I thought the post-apocalyptic is the phrase that I use. And I would like to say I've coined that phrase, but I have no idea. And I think it's stupid to say that because somebody's probably said it before. But other people have had the idea they may not have used that phrase. But it's not something that's common. And so I put that as something, it's a little bit fresh, a little bit interesting. It makes the world it kind of perks up your interest, but you understand it straight away. Like, it's not a difficult concept to do. And I guess that sort of answer your question as to why I did that. Yeah. I'm not sure I was so articulate when I first came up with it. I probably just thought it was fun, and then I figured out why it was a good idea later.
Right, writing in a specific storytelling type, as a person who has, I'm a published writer. Writing a specific genre type can be pretty hard, especially trying to write something that's both familiar but also new. So post-apocalypse is a really interesting idea. That's what stood out to me as like that's a really interesting campaign idea. Because you just don't see a lot of it, like you said. It's not very common, and it just seemed like as I say for the fourth time, a good idea.
Yeah, I definitely think it's one of my better ones.
I had a really great time playing. It has been a while since I have sat down to play. So lots of times people were like, "Oh, do you use Roll20? Do you use this?" And I'm like, "No, we just do theater of the mind stuff. Just do whatever, unless the game kind of has tactics." And every once in a while, somebody will really want to use their Roll20 setup, and I feel like it rarely ever enhances gameplay. I actually really enjoyed the Roll20 implementation. Felt like it was smooth. It felt like it was easy. It was well implemented. And when you're doing a lot of tactical stuff, especially virtually, it can add a whole lot to it. So I will say, like, as somebody who normally doesn't, I thought it was a phenomenal match for the system. I really enjoyed that mode of play and thought the pieces were put together very, very well. And so with that said, my question has nothing to do with any of that. I'll have some more thoughts later on too, but here's what I got to know. Why 3d6? Because it's my favorite. I cut my teeth on GURPS. So like this, like high crunch is great for me. Like medium crunch is great for me. I don't play a lot of it anymore. But I love refined character creation. And I love 3d6 mechanics because I think it's a really elegant curve. But I would love to know for you, why 3d6?
Oh man, see, these sort of questions, especially like questions from game designers, are like music to my ears because like this is the stuff I think about all the time. So I think initially there was an intuitive part of it because I grew up with the hero system. And I enjoyed their skill rolls for 3d6. And I will say that's probably where it came from. For me, it felt pleasurable. Okay, I never grew up playing D&D. Like I played a couple of games of it, but I think as gamers, there's a bit of a pleasure to rolling a bunch of dice. You know, there's a sort of something visceral and tactile about that we enjoy. The other part of it is I really enjoy the bell curve. Just that nice, sexy bell curve.
3d6 is the best bell curve. You can't change my mind.
And what this means is it actually has narrative effects on the flow of a game using a bell curve as opposed to like a D20. Whereas a D20 can feel quite swingy because you've always got a 5% chance of crit pass or crit fail. Whereas what 3d6 does, it does a couple of things. One is it means that every bonus to it actually feels important. You get a +1, that actually makes a significant difference to your chances of success on the die roll. The other thing is it makes a very reliable roll. So I think it's 1 in 42 chance. I think it is. I've got probably good bad on my maths on like crit passing or crit failing. But what this means is that if I'm a mechanic, I've got trained in mechanic, I know that I'm going to be able to do normal, everyday, like die pass rolls pretty consistently. You know, like, well, I'm a mechanic, and the other guy's like, well, I'm a soldier. Both of you make mechanic rolls. The mechanic knows he's going to pass. Like, there's a sense of predictability in terms of, like, you know what you're going to do. And bell curve's great for that because it pulls towards the middle so heavily. The one disadvantage, though, of 3d6 over a d20 is when you roll a d20 and you're in a table of people, the whole table immediately knows if it's good or bad. You roll your 19 or your 20 or your 2 or your 1 or your 3, and you get this communal yay or awe moment. It's subtle, but it's this social connection that people instinctively have in their bodies because you all know if it's good or bad straight away. But with 3d6, you don't, because no one's going to add that up instantly. And it's usually just the person who rolls the dice is going to add it up, and then they will know if it's good or bad. So you actually miss that communal bit. And the way that I address this is in this system, rolling a strong hit is super important. So you'll notice that you guys hit rather easily. You actually are fishing in a lot of ways for sixes. And so if someone rolls a die roll and you roll 6, 1, 1, the whole table goes, oh, you could re-roll the 1, you know? Or if you roll you roll that 6 and the table instantly knows that's a good roll, and you get that communal lift moment because you immediately know it's something that was a roll of significance because a 6 was rolled, even if it's like 6, 2, 2 or something like that.
Right.
So that's kind of my reason for that. Yeah.
No, I was gonna comment on the 6s specifically because not only does it give you that like that social reality, which is I think a huge thing, and it makes like I think a lot of times the tendency is, especially in a system in a multi-dice system, a dice pool, or or a bell curved system, to like roll close to you, count up, make an announcement, right? There, it gives a little bit more display, but it also adds such a great tactical element into it that is missing from a lot of other systems that have a flat roll. Like, so if I'm going to roll a d20 add stat, I'm going to roll a d20, I'm going to add the stat. Whatever ability I did worked, it didn't work, it hit, it didn't hit. In this, it's okay, maybe I didn't get there yet. Now I'm going to choose how I did. Or maybe I think I did, but I don't know yet because maybe this is our first little bit of things. I've got to weigh out, do I up these rolls to make sure it's a little bit better, or do I do something else to enhance this roll?
So in the game system, so when you level up in this game, you get an extra trait. And these traits can give you, and sometimes equipment can give you extra things to do with your strong hit. So let's say you're actually later in the game, you got a flamethrower. You're like, okay, do I melt their armor? Do I set them on fire? Or do I just try and like do a critical hit? Like you start to have tactical choices on how to spend your 6s and things like that. But there's also like non-combat applications and choices that you can do as well.
But it also sounded like it sounds like you, this may be a hero, because like GURPS is just a roll under system, right? Like you roll under your stat for success, and then its character builds that out. Sounds like you have basically a target number or a DC, like you're trying to hit succeed over for a lot of roles. Is there a kind of a middle guideline? How did you kind of map that onto the bell curve? Because I feel like that's a little bit less common even, and that's kind of a cool GM guidance aspect that I found really enjoyable.
Yeah, so the rulebook gives the guidance that a typical roll should be like a 12 or a 14 of what you're aiming for. Anything that should be a difficulty under a 10 is don't roll for it, just let it be an auto pass. Like if something's easy and inconsequential in terms of failure, just let it pass. But for other things, you're looking for a 12 or a 14. If you roll 4 above or 4 below, you're instructed to give additional unexpected consequences. There's also some optional rules for 1s and 6s, also generating unexpected consequences.
I also just love the OSR vibe of here throwing in the D6 luck roll is also a very good, familiar touchstone.
So that is that's actually a personal thing. It's not in the
No, it's fine. It's fine if it's not in the rules. It's one of my favorite just GM techniques.
Is player is trying to do something. Well, I'm like, if I don't give it to him, that'll just feel like I'm being a bit of a jerk. Yeah. So I just say I roll the dice. 1's bad, 6 is good.
I love it. Yeah. The other thing that really struck me about the system, and it was really great to see it in play, but I even liked it when it was being described, the core rules, is kind of the scene presentation. And I think, like, for me, the vast majority of people are like, what do you put in a GM section? I was like, I tell the GM how to run the game. Other than technical things the GM needs to know, the only thing I think you need to have in a GM section, in a lot of rules-like games, it's all it is for me. But in a medium crunch game, you're going to have procedures and other stuff that's GM-facing. But the scene aspect of present everything, let people determine their approach, like identify what they're doing, pick the skill, add the equipment. We didn't get into it a lot, though. You did give a bonus for it a couple times, and I feel like it slipped through. The narrative bonus description, adding that in as a piece, and then kind of figuring that out, like that process of walking through as just kind of here, you're going to present things, you're going to let everybody respond. You're going to then come back through, kind of resolve, and then move forward, especially in games that have a lot of tactical pieces. I feel like is a really good core process for helping a GM wrap their mind around what am I supposed to do when things start getting crazy and players do really weird things. And I'm trying to track the 5 things they're doing in 3 different locations. Like that you handled it very, very well, but it is presented in a couple of the videos I watched in the system, and it's an excellent flow and format. And I just wanted to kind of point that out also, because I always love seeing techniques like that incorporated in play also. So that wasn't a question at all, but it was something I enjoyed.
A personal thing that I've tried to do as a GM a lot is I always really try to go around the table. I don't know if other GMs do this, but this is how I've always done it. It's just given turn for everyone to say what you're going to do. And I find that that's helpful, especially in a table where you might have a quiet person who doesn't speak up as much, to really give them a chance to talk up, but also someone who might be more instinctively sort of a bit more dominant in terms of personality. Say, just wait your turn a little bit. But yeah.
No, I think it helps create good solid play culture at a table and table culture over time. And so, I do want to say, so you've got a Kickstarter coming up. My last question before we talk specifically about the Kickstarter is, so Fragged Empire is going to be the second edition of it. Is that going to cascade into your other projects also too, or are those kind of somewhere between first edition and second edition as they evolved? But then tell us a little bit about the Kickstarter after that.
Yeah, okay. So I think it's like the natural question is like, you're doing a second edition of Empire. Does this mean you're doing a second edition of Fragged Eternum or Fragged Kingdom? Look, I do hope to get around to a second edition of those, but it's not something that I've thought about or I'm working on at the moment. I think a truth is that as a small indie designer, like it's me, and I'm hiring like artists and writers to help me a bit. I think the speed in terms of my development is largely going to be dictated by the size of my audience. And in many ways, Kickstarter is a pre-order system for me, and that'll set my budget and how much speed I'll be able to do to develop other things. So Fragged Empire Second Edition will remain compatible with all of those other titles. That was always something really important to me. One day I'll probably get around to a second edition of Fragged Kingdom and Fragged Eternum, which is my fantasy and gothic ones, because those are my bigger IPs, but not for a long time, I think. And I think that's just, look, I'm not Wizards of the Coast. I can't pump out books, and I think even as an indie designer, I think I pump out more books than most.
Yeah. And you're not looking to create a system that people have to now go buy new books for. You're bridging
No,
your learned
yeah,
experience from over time.
That's not something I ever wanted to do. I never wanted to try and maximize the number of books that people need. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love that. So you're coming to Kickstarter next month. Tell us a little bit about what we can be excited about and expect for the campaign.
Cool. Okay, so the campaign will be in March, if all goes to plan. And I'm going to run a pretty clean campaign is what my plan is. So it's primarily for 2 hardcover books, both about 200 pages, a big setting book, and a rule book. And those are going to be big, beautiful books, lots of stuff in them, so they're just nice in every way possible. And then assisted to that, I'm going to have a soft cover adventure, and another book will be it's called Archetypes, and it's basically a bunch of pre-made PCs, or like sort of progression paths, because my system doesn't have classes. This is basically saying, look, if you don't really want to look through the 500 plus traits that you could pick from, or make custom gear, here's some pre-made stuff. You can follow this path, and then there's a choice after 4 levels and stuff like that. So just like a little assistant booklet thing. And that will be, I'm also going to do a PDF, like just for like another supplement will just be a reference PDF. And another one will be a bunch of virtual tabletop maps that I'm getting made up, because I know everyone with the pandemic has really gotten used to virtual play. I previously had never played a virtual game until the pandemic, so I finally figured it out. And that's going to be the focus of the Kickstarter. I'm not going to really be doing stretch goals. I've got 2 stretch goals if the campaign goes really well, but they are not going to be the focus. I'm just going to do smooth, clean. I'm doing as much, like the books will be basically finished before I even launch, so as I get the PDFs out to people, hopefully a month or a bit afterwards. Yeah, that's my goal. Yeah.
Awesome. I love it. I'm super excited for it. We'll have some more thoughts coming out over the course of the next couple of weeks around Fragged and our experience played, as I get to spend a little bit more time with the rulebook. So look forward to that. Do you have a date set for launch day?
At the moment, I have in my head March the 1st.
March 1st.
That's the plan, and if it's not, then it'll be within a couple of days of that. Mostly, I'm waiting for my video to get made, like Kickstarter video and a couple of other little bits and pieces. But
when it's ready is always the best answer for when to launch. So, I love it. I want to give Meg, for you a chance. Is there anything you want to point people to specifically?
For me,
Yeah.
at the moment, Twitter handle and itch running under the tag of RPG_Megs, but nothing I can point to at the moment. I might be able to speak to a bit more in about a month.
Ooh, I look forward to hearing more in about a month. Dean, I know that you've got something. By the way, Dean, happy birthday.
Hey.
Dean, it's now the 2nd year, so now it's a tradition. You for the rest of your life have to come play an RPG on your birthday. Even if we don't have one scheduled, you have to tell me, remind me, so that I can make sure we have something to play on your birthday. But you did a charity kind of shout out last year. You said you want to do another one this year. Tell us a little bit more about something that's close to your heart that we can help support.
My mic turned itself off, sorry. Real quick plug, and then I'll get onto that. I did forget to mention I did write for Amazon Bella, which you can find for free on my Twitter account at Geekestein. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. It's a short story. Anyway, for my birthday, every year, what I like to do is I try and do a bit of charity work as to what I can. So I'm choosing between 4 charities in total this year. There's the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. If anybody wants to donate, that'd be great. So you can donate to them, or the Humane Society of America, or if you're not in America, the Humane Society of whatever country you're in. That's great, whatever equivalents, because animals, need help. And then for America specifically, because I don't know every other country's version of it, the Suicide Hotline, because it is very important. As a person who has dealt with it myself, but also who have friends who have issues with it, it can be very important and can in fact be very life-saving. If anyone could donate any money to that, that would be great. You could be a great gift to be done in yourself your honor, or if you want to do it for me, just do it under your name. That's great. Perfect. This next one is a little bit heavy. 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine lost his mother, brother, and father to murder-suicide. And he's not sure if he's going to be able to keep his house because of a physical disability. He can't work. And then unfortunately, he's having a hard time getting disability in America. I will post it again on my Twitter account, as well as links for all of this probably tomorrow, because it's a bit late where I am. But if anyone could donate anything, that'd be great. He's gone through some tragedies, and we were trying to step at the very least he can keep his house. That's the ultimate idea there. Sorry to bring everyone down on this one. This was a great game. I had a lot of fun. But when this happened to my friend, it was a tragedy, and I'm just trying to do whatever I can to help.
Awesome. I just dropped a link to Dean's Twitter in the chat there, and I'll make sure it's added to the video afterwards, also along with links for everybody else, to make sure that if people want to go find that information, they can support that. Here on Plus One, we love it when our community can come around creators, but also just around people in need to help support them. And so anytime one of our players or creators has something that they want us to come help support, we always want to provide an opportunity and a platform for that. So thank you, Dean, for being willing to ask that. And thank you for also making, because this has, like I said, been an annual thing, for making that commitment both now and in the past to doing what you can to help support and care for others. Like I said, I had a great time playing. If you are the kind of person who likes indie streams, wants to hear more about different games, like I love it. We had one of our contributors from one of our recent projects, and a phenomenal designer in their own right, BJ Buko Juice Games, hop in the chat, was like, he had skimmed through a friend's copy of Fragged First Edition, but had never had a chance to really play it or get it at the table, was super excited to see it happening. I had heard of Frag, but never really had a chance to sit down and look at anything about it, because there's so many great games out there that I don't get to see them all. And so I am always excited when we get a designer on whose games I haven't played at all, who I get to meet for the first time. So thank you so much, Wade, for coming on, for sharing your game with us. Super excited to see where this goes. And like I said, I'm a sucker for a 3D6 system, so like I'm going to be very excited to share the game with people, and loved the way the tactical elements allowed for really crisp decision making. So if you're out there watching right now, I want to encourage you again to go check out fraggedempire.com, sign up to get notified when the Kickstarter goes live. Again, if you want to come back tomorrow and check out our actual play of 13 Hunters, a system and setting agnostic bounty hunter supplement, we would love to have you with us, or check out the Together We Go Jam. Together We Jam. Please do. You can find all that over on our Twitter profile. We've never figured out a good way to end these streams, so until next time, we're just going to wave at everybody until I take us off air. Thanks so much, everybody, for coming to play. We'll see you next time.
Bye.